Hey there, welcome to Broderos. Tonight, we've got hours of chilling horror stories combined with soothing rain sounds to help you relax and sleep. Before you drift off, leave a comment below and let us know where you're listening from and what time it is. And don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe right away. If you end up not enjoying it, you can always take it back later. Get cozy and let the fear take over. Have you ever felt like the earth remembers what we want to forget? The question hung in the air of the university lecture hall as Professor Harlan finished his presentation on ancient burial sites. His words resonated with me in a way I couldn't explain. I'm Morgan West, a graduate student in anthropology with a special interest in folklore and ritual practices. That single question would haunt me for months to come. I approached him after class, clutching my notebook filled with sketches of petroglyphs from various cultures. Professor, I was wondering if you could tell me more about the Black Ridge Gorge site you mentioned briefly. His expression changed subtly, a tightening around the eyes, a slight hesitation before answering. Ah, Morgan. Always drawn to the obscure sites, aren't you? He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. It's not well documented. Mostly local legends and a few archaeological notes from the 30s. That's exactly why I'm interested, I said, leaning forward. The untold stories. He sighed, gathering his papers. The gorge is on private land now. Not much to see anyway, just some weathered rock formations and old footpaths. But you mentioned possible ritual activity? Theoretical at best. He glanced at his watch. Look, if you're serious, there's a collection of field notes in the special collections section. As for the Thornton papers. 2 weeks later, I was driving along a winding mountain road toward Black Ridge County. The Thornton papers had revealed just enough to ignite my curiosity, mentions of seasonal gatherings, stones arranged in patterns that align with celestial events, and whispered local tales of disappearances dating back centuries. My rented cabin sat at the edge of the forest, a small wooden structure with a metal roof that amplified the sound of rain that had started falling as I arrived. Inside, it was cozy enough, a small kitchenette, a living area with a fireplace, a bedroom, and a bathroom with questionable water pressure. I unpacked my equipment, cameras, notebooks, measuring tools, and reference materials. The wall above the desk quickly became covered with printed maps, satellite images, and notes from the Thornton papers. One phrase kept appearing in the margins of Thornton's field journal: they walk where the shadows stretch longest. That first night, I fell asleep to the sound of rain and distant thunder. I dreamed of walking along narrow stone paths, feeling eyes on me from between ancient trees. Morning brought misty sunshine and birdsong. I prepared for my first day of exploration, packing water, energy bars, my camera, and notebooks. According to my research, the entrance to the gorge was about a 2-mile hike from my cabin. The forest was alive with early spring growth, ferns unfurling, wildflowers dotting the undergrowth, the scent of damp earth and pine. I followed a well-worn hiking trail for the first mile before branching onto a less-traveled path marked on my map. As the terrain became steeper, I noticed something curious: small stacks of stones placed at irregular intervals along the path. Cairns were common trail markers, but these seemed different, more deliberate in their placement, often in groups of 3. I photographed each one I passed. The entrance to the gorge was understated, a narrow gap between rising rock walls that might easily be missed if you weren't looking for it. As I stepped between the stone faces, the temperature dropped noticeably. The sounds of the forest, birds, rustling leaves, the distant murmur of water, seemed muffled. I ran my hand along the rock wall, feeling the cool, damp surface. In places, The stone appeared worked, not obviously carved, but too regular to be natural erosion. I took photographs and made sketches, noting the positions of these subtle marks. Hours passed as I documented the entrance area. The light changed as the sun moved overhead, casting shadows that shifted across the stone. At one point, I stood still, watching as a shadow seemed to form a distinct pattern on the opposite wall, almost like a figure with outstretched arms. When I checked my watch, I was surprised to find it was already late afternoon. The gorge would be dark soon, and I didn't want to navigate the forest path after sunset on my first day. Reluctantly, I packed my equipment and started back. About halfway to the cabin, I experienced the distinct sensation of being watched. I stopped and turned slowly, scanning the trees. Nothing moved except branches swaying in the light breeze. Still, the feeling persisted, a prickling awareness of unseen eyes. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding small in the vastness of the forest. No response, just the continued rustle of leaves. I quickened my pace, the sensation following me until I reached the clearing where my cabin stood. Only then did the feeling subside. That evening, reviewing my photographs, I noticed something odd. One of the cairns I'd photographed appeared different. In my notes, I'd recorded 3 stones stacked vertically. In the photograph, there were 4. I must have miscounted or photographed a different stack, I reasoned. Yet doubt nagged at me. As night fell, the rain returned, drumming on the metal roof. I sat by the window, watching darkness envelop the forest edge. In the sporadic flashes of distant lightning, the trees seemed to move in ways that didn't match the wind. I drifted to sleep in the chair, my field journal open on my lap. In my dreams, I heard whispering, voices too faint to understand but persistent, urgent. They spoke of stones and shadows and ancient debts unpaid. I woke with a start around 3 in the morning, the cabin dark except for the dim glow of my laptop in sleep mode. Outside, the rain had stopped, leaving an unnatural silence. As I rose to go to bed properly, something caught my eye through the window, a figure standing at the forest edge, barely visible in the darkness. I froze, peering through the glass. It looked like a person, motionless, facing my cabin. I reached for my phone to use as a flashlight, but when I looked back, the figure was gone. Sleep eluded me for the rest of the night. I told myself it was a trick of shadows, my mind playing games after a day of researching local legends. But deep down, I knew something had been watching me from the darkness. And somehow, I knew it would be watching again tomorrow. Morning came with reluctant sunlight filtering through low clouds. I sat at the small wooden table, nursing my 3rd cup of coffee, trying to rationalize what I'd seen, or thought I'd seen, the night before. Sleep deprivation and an overactive imagination, I told myself. Nothing more. The maps and notes spread before me showed that the gorge extended nearly 3 miles into the mountain, narrowing as it went. According to Thornton's Field Journal, the most significant archaeological features were located about halfway in, where the gorge widened into a small valley before narrowing again. Focus on the work, I muttered to myself, packing my equipment with methodical precision. Today I'd go deeper into the gorge, document what I found, and be back before sunset. Simple, academic, rational. The forest seemed different this morning, quieter, as if holding its breath. The usual morning chorus of birds was oddly muted. Even the squirrels and chipmunks that had darted across my path yesterday were nowhere to be seen. When I reached the stone entrance to the gorge, I hesitated. The cairns I'd photographed yesterday had changed again. Now they formed a line pointing directly into the narrow passage, like arrows urging me forward. Someone's messing with me, I said aloud, my voice echoing slightly against the rock walls. Probably local kids. Even as I said it, I knew it wasn't true. The nearest town was 15 miles away, and this area wasn't on any popular hiking routes. I photographed the rearranged cairns and proceeded into the gorge, my footsteps crunching on loose gravel. The morning light barely penetrated the narrow space, casting everything in a bluish twilight. I switched on my flashlight to examine the walls more closely. The subtle markings I noticed yesterday became more pronounced as I moved deeper, definite petroglyphs, weathered by centuries of exposure but unmistakably human-made. I traced my fingers over spirals, zigzags, and what appeared to be stylized human figures with elongated limbs. Around midday, the gorge widened as expected, opening into a roughly circular space about 50 yards across. The floor was relatively flat, with several large boulders arranged in what seemed too regular a pattern to be natural. In the center stood a stone table. There was no other word for it, a flat slab of rock about waist height, supported by smaller stones. My heart raced as I approached it. This wasn't mentioned in Thornton's papers or any other documentation I'd found. I ran my hand over the surface, feeling grooves that channeled toward one end of the slab. Ritual drainage, I whispered, the academic part of my brain cataloging the feature while another part shuddered at the implications. I spent hours documenting the space, measuring distances between the standing stones, photographing the petroglyphs that were more concentrated here, sketching the layout. Lost in my work, I didn't immediately notice the change in light. When I finally looked up, the sun was much lower than I'd expected, casting long shadows across the stone floor. One shadow in particular caught my attention. It stretched from one of the standing stones but didn't match its shape. Instead, it seemed to form a hunched, humanoid figure. I blinked and looked again. The shadow remained, despite there being nothing to cast it. As I watched, it seemed to lengthen slightly, reaching toward the central stone table. "It's just a trick of the light," I said, my voice unsteady. But even as I spoke, I was backing away, gathering my equipment with trembling hands. More shadows began to form, from stones, from cracks in the walls, from nowhere at all. They stretched across the ground like ink spilling on paper, all moving toward the center. I ran, my backpack half-zipped, papers fluttering to the ground behind me. The shadows didn't follow, not exactly, but as I fled through the narrowing passage of the gorge, I could see more of them forming against the rock walls, always stretching, reaching. Halfway back to the entrance, I stumbled and fell, my flashlight skittering across the stone floor and going out. In the sudden darkness, I heard it, a whisper, not from any particular direction but seeming to come from the stone itself. "Return, witness, remember." I scrambled for my flashlight, finding it with desperate fingers and switching it back on. The beam caught something moving on the wall beside me, not a shadow this time, but what looked like handprints appearing in the condensation on the rock face. One after another, they formed a line leading deeper into the gorge, back the way I'd come. I ran again, not stopping until I burst out of the gorge entrance into the late afternoon light. Even then, I didn't slow until I reached the main forest path. Only when the trees were thick around me did I pause, bending over with hands on knees, gasping for breath. "You shouldn't be here when darkness falls." The voice made me jump and nearly fall. An elderly man stood a few yards away, leaning on a walking stick. He wore hiking boots, cargo pants, and a faded flannel shirt, normal enough attire, but his eyes held mine with uncomfortable intensity. I'm just doing research," I stammered. "Archaeological survey." "They don't like being studied," he said simply. "The ones who walk in shadow." A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the cooling evening air. Who are you? Name's Vincent. I watch these woods. He gestured vaguely with his stick. Have for 40 years. Seen others like you, coming to poke around the old places. Others? Recently? I asked, thinking perhaps there were other researchers in the area. He shook his head. Not for some time. Not since the Thornton woman. I froze. Thornton? Eleanor Thornton, who wrote the field journals from the 30s. He nodded. That's the one. Smart lady, asked too many questions. He looked past me, toward the gorge. Found too many answers. What happened to her? I asked, though something in me already knew. Official story? Got lost in a storm, exposure. He tapped his temple. Truth? She saw what waits in the deep places, where the old ones left their marks. I wanted to dismiss him as a local eccentric, but after what I just experienced, his words carried weight. The shadows, I said softly. The moving shadows. His eyes snapped back to mine, suddenly sharp. You've seen them already? Then it started. He took a step closer. Listen carefully. They've noticed you now. They'll call to you, show you things, try to bring you back at night. Don't go. Whatever you hear, whatever you see, don't go back in darkness. Where are they? I asked. Not ghosts. Older. Impressions left by what happened there, over and over through time. He glanced at the darkening sky. Get back to where you're staying. Salt your doors and windows if you have it. I need to go. They don't like me warning folks. Before I could ask anything else, he turned and walked into the trees, quickly disappearing from sight. I practically ran back to my cabin, looking over my shoulder every few steps. By the time I reached it, twilight had deepened into dusk, and the forest was alive with sounds, rustling leaves, creaking branches, and what might have been distant whispers. Inside, I locked the door and closed all the curtains. I found a container of salt in the kitchen cupboard and, feeling somewhat foolish despite my fear, laid thin lines along the windowsills and door threshold. As night fell completely, I reviewed my photographs by the harsh light of my laptop screen. The images from the central chamber showed the stone table clearly enough, but in the background of several shots, there appeared to be figures, indistinct, blurry shapes that I hadn't seen when taking the pictures. In one particularly chilling image, a dark form stood behind the stone table, elongated and thin, with what looked like too many limbs arranged at unnatural angles. I slammed the laptop closed and sat in darkness, listening to the sounds of the night forest. Wind in the trees. Small animals moving in the underbrush. And something else, a rhythmic tapping, like stone against stone. It came from the direction of the forest edge, where I'd seen the figure standing the night before. I resisted the urge to look, keeping away from the windows. The tapping continued for hours, sometimes stopping for minutes at a time before resuming, slightly closer. By midnight, it sounded like it was just outside my cabin. Then it stopped completely, replaced by silence so profound it seemed to press against my ears. I sat frozen in my chair, afraid to move, afraid to breathe. A voice spoke directly outside my window, not Vincent's, not anyone's I recognized. It was low and resonant, with an odd, hollow quality. Morgan, it said, pronouncing my name with careful precision. Come witness what waits beneath the stone. I didn't respond, didn't move. We have been patient, the voice continued. through seasons and centuries. We can wait longer than your brief flame. Something scraped against the cabin wall, not claws or fingernails, but something harder, like stone against wood. But Eleanor couldn't wait, the voice said, softer now. She wanted to know. Just as you do. At the mention of Eleanor Thornton, I felt a surge of both fear and scholarly curiosity. What had she discovered? What had happened to her, really? The scraping moved around the cabin, tracing the perimeter. When it reached the door, it stopped. The handle turned slowly, but the lock held. Salt and iron, the voice said, with what sounded almost like amusement. Old protections. But temporary. The tapping resumed, moving away from the cabin, back toward the forest. Its rhythm changed, becoming more complex, almost like language. I spent the night in the chair, too afraid to sleep. As dawn approached, the tapping finally stopped. Birds began to sing as first light touched the trees. Morning revealed no footprints around my cabin, no marks on the walls or door. The only evidence of the night's visitation was a small cairn of 3 stones, perfectly balanced on my front step. On top of the cairn lay a yellow page torn from a notebook, the handwriting faded but legible. They show me wonders in the deep chamber. Patterns in stone that shift with the seasons. They promise knowledge if I complete the ritual at the next dark moon. I no longer believe they are merely memories or impressions. Something awaits beneath the stone table. Something ancient and hungry. May God forgive me for my curiosity. Eleanor Thornton, April 1937 inch. With trembling hands, I checked my calendar. The next dark moon was in 3 days. I should have left. Any rational person would have packed their belongings and driven away from Blackridge County without looking back. But Eleanor Thornton's note changed everything. Here was evidence of exactly what I'd come to find: ritual practices tied to astronomical events, ancient beliefs preserved in isolated communities. The academic in me couldn't walk away, even as alarm bells rang in my mind. I spent the morning researching online, searching for any mention of Eleanor Thornton beyond the field notes I'd already studied. The cabin's internet connection was spotty, but I managed to find an obituary from a local newspaper dated May 1937. It mentioned only that she had passed unexpectedly during field research and was devoted to uncovering the region's prehistoric heritage. No details about how she died. No mention of her body being found. Around noon, there was a knock at my door. I jumped, spilling coffee across my notes. Through the window, I could see Vincent standing on the porch, looking impatient. I opened the door cautiously, keeping the chain on. "How did you find me?" "Not many rental cabins in these parts," he said. "Word gets around." "You planning to leave?" I hesitated. "I have more research to do." His expression darkened. "Found her note, didn't you?" "Figured they'd use that trick." He sighed. "Let me in. We need to talk." I let him in, watching as he surveyed my wall of notes and photographs. He stopped at an image of the stone table, his face grim. "The feeding stone," he said quietly. "That's what my grandfather called it." "Feeding what?" I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted the answer. Vincent sat heavily in one of the wooden chairs. "Story goes back to the original settlers in this valley. Hard winters, failed crops. They found the gorge and the stone chamber. Local tribe warned them to stay away, said hungry things lived there that would trade prosperity for sacrifice." "Human sacrifice?" I asked, my mouth dry. He nodded. at first. Later, they found they could substitute animals, but it had to be done regular, at the dark moon. When settlers stopped the practice in the late 1800s, bad things started happening again: accidents, illness, livestock dying. And people still believe this? Some do. Some just go through the motions to respect tradition. He fixed me with a hard stare. But the shadows are real. I've seen what they can do when they're hungry. I showed him Eleanor's note. She mentions a ritual. Blood on the stone, he said simply. Used to be human. Now they use goat or deer mostly. The shadows drink it in. That's primitive superstition, I said, but my conviction wavered as I remembered the moving shadows, the whispers from the stone. Call it what you want. It keeps the balance. He pointed to my calendar, where I'd circled the date of the dark moon. They're expecting you now. They've chosen you like they chose her. For what? To witness. To record. To become part of it. He stood. History needs scribes, even dark history. As he moved toward the door, I called after him. Wait, what exactly happened to Eleanor? He paused, hand on the doorknob. She thought she could outsmart them. Thought if she documented everything, analyzed it scientifically, she'd be protected. A sad smile crossed his face. She wasn't. Did they kill her? I pressed. Not exactly. They showed her what's beneath the stone, what feeds on the blood. She couldn't live with the knowledge. He opened the door. If you stay, put these at your windows tonight. He handed me small bundles of dried herbs tied with red thread. Might help. After he left, I sat staring at Eleanor's note and the herb bundles, torn between scholarly fascination and primal fear. Part of me wanted to witness this ritual Vincent described, to document practices that might date back centuries. Another part wanted to run as far from Blackridge County as possible. In the end, curiosity won. I would stay until the dark moon, but I would take precautions. I placed Vincent's herb bundles at each window, reinforced the salt lines, and dug out an iron fireplace poker to keep by my chair. That night, the tapping returned, not circling the cabin this time, but concentrated at my bedroom window. I stayed in the living room, huddled in my chair with my laptop, reviewing my research and photographs. Around midnight, the tapping stopped, replaced by a soft scraping sound. When I finally gathered the courage to check the window in the morning, I found petroglyphs carved into the glass, the same elongated figures I'd seen in the gorge. The next day, I didn't venture near the gorge. Instead, I drove to the nearest town, a small community called Millbridge, to search local historical records. The librarian, a middle-aged woman named Harriet, grew increasingly uncomfortable as I asked about Eleanor Thornton and the gorge. We don't have much on that, she said, eyes darting to a colleague across the room. Most of those old papers were lost in a fire in the 50s. What about local folklore? Ritual practices associated with the gorge? I pressed. She lowered her voice. Look, we don't talk about those things. Not since the James boy went missing back in '86. If you're smart, you'll stay away from there, especially with the dark moon coming. What happened to the James boy? I asked. Went hiking near the gorge, never came back. Search parties found nothing. She leaned closer. But the next day, every stone in his mother's garden had been arranged in those little towers. Every single one. I left the library with few concrete facts but a growing sense of dread. As I drove back to the cabin, the sky darkened with approaching storm clouds. Rain began to fall in heavy sheets, reducing visibility to mere yards ahead. Through the downpour, I nearly missed the figure standing by the roadside, a tall, thin silhouette, motionless despite the driving rain. I slowed involuntarily, peering through the windshield. It wasn't Vincent. This figure was taller, unnaturally proportioned, its limbs too long and jointed in wrong places. As I passed, it turned to follow my car with a movement too fluid to be human. I accelerated, heart pounding, not slowing until I reached the cabin. Inside, I found the salt lines disturbed and the herb bundles wilted as if they'd been exposed to intense heat. On my laptop screen, which I was certain I'd shut down before leaving, was a single image, a photograph I didn't remember taking, showing the stone table in the gorge. Dark liquid pooled in its central groove, flowing toward the edge. The timestamp showed tomorrow's date. That night, as rain lashed against the windows and thunder rolled across the valley, the visitations intensified. Not just tapping now, but whispering too, multiple voices speaking in unison, sometimes in English, sometimes in a language I didn't recognize. Witness, record, preserve. The voices grew louder as midnight approached, drowning out the storm. My laptop screen flickered with images I hadn't opened, photographs of the gorge that changed slightly each time, showing more figures, more shadows gathering around the stone table. Eleanor failed us, the voices said. Her fear overcame her purpose. You are stronger. You will see and survive. What do you want me to see? I called out, finally responding. The answer came not in words but in visions, my laptop screen showing a procession of robed figures entering the gorge, carrying torches and a struggling bundle. The images shifted rapidly, blood on stone, shadows growing solid, something emerging from beneath the table, too terrible to comprehend. I slammed the laptop closed and curled into a ball on my chair, hands over my ears. Still the whispers came, seeping through my fingers like smoke. Tomorrow night. Come alone. Be our witness. Morning brought exhaustion but clarity. I couldn't leave, not now, not while I was so close to understanding what had happened to Eleanor, what was happening in this place. But I needed protection, something more than salt and wilted herbs. I returned to Millbridge, this time seeking out Vincent. The locals at the diner pointed me to a small house at the edge of town. He seemed unsurprised to see me. They invited you formally, he said. It wasn't a question. I nodded. Tomorrow night. The dark moon. He sighed, gesturing me inside. The house was cluttered but clean, walls lined with books on local history and folklore. He handed me a small leather pouch on a cord. Iron filings, graveyard dirt, and bone from a black cat, he said. Old magic, but effective. Wear it tomorrow night. I thought you said not to go, I reminded him. Would you listen if I told you again? When I didn't answer, he nodded. Thought so. You'll go no matter what. Might as well have some protection. Will you come with me? I asked. He shook his head firmly. They tolerate me warning folks, but I can't interfere directly. Been that way since my grandfather's time, an arrangement. Then tell me what to expect, I said. What's under the stone? His eyes met mine, then darted away. Something old. Something that was here before people, that will be here after we're gone. It needs acknowledgement. Recognition. Blood is the easiest offering, but what it really feeds on is, he hesitated. What? I prompted. Witness, he finally said. It feeds on being seen, being known. Each generation, it calls someone to observe, to record. That's why Eleanor was chosen. Why you were chosen. And if I refuse, it will find another way to be seen. Usually more destructive. I left Vincent's house with a protective pouch and a growing sense that I was trapped in something larger than myself, a cycle that had repeated for centuries. The last day before the dark moon passed in a blur of preparation. I charged camera batteries, cleared memory cards, packed emergency supplies. The voices didn't come that night, nor did the tapping. The silence was almost worse. As sunset approached on the day of the dark moon, I set out for the gorge, the protective pouch around my neck, a flashlight in one hand and my camera in the other. The forest was unnaturally still, not even wind disturbing the leaves. At the entrance to the gorge, I found the first sign that this night was different, freshly arranged cairns forming a path, small candles burning in hollows in the rock wall. I followed them deeper into the narrowing passage, the flame light casting dancing shadows that seemed to move independently of their sources. The whispers started again, echoing from the stone walls. The witness comes, record, remember. My flashlight flickered and died despite fresh batteries. The candles provided just enough light to see the path ahead, leading me inexorably toward the central chamber. As I walked, I became aware of movement on either side, shadowy figures keeping pace with me, their forms not quite solid. When I reached the chamber, I stopped in shock. The space had transformed. Elaborate designs covered the floor, drawn in what looked like ash and red ochre. The stone table at the center gleamed in the light of dozens of candles arranged around it. And I wasn't alone. Hooded figures stood in a semicircle around the table, 7 of them, faces hidden in shadow. They didn't acknowledge my arrival, remaining motionless as statues. "Are you from the town?" I asked, my voice echoing strangely. No response. The figures didn't move, didn't seem to breathe. I raised my camera, taking photographs with trembling hands. The flash illuminated the scene in harsh white light, revealing something I hadn't noticed. The figures cast no shadows. A sound rose from somewhere beneath the chamber, a low, vibrating hum that I felt in my bones more than heard. The stone table began to tremble. "The time comes," spoke a voice from everywhere and nowhere. "Witness what must be witnessed." The hooded figures moved at last, stepping back from the table in perfect unison. The space they left filled with darkness that pooled like liquid shadow, flowing toward the table and up its sides. The humming grew louder, resolving into words I couldn't quite understand but somehow knew meant hunger, witness, feed. The darkness gathered atop the table, swirling, taking shape, something with too many limbs, too many angles, a form that hurt my eyes to look at directly. I kept photographing, kept documenting, even as my mind screamed at me to run. Eleanor Thornton, the voice intoned, failed in her duty. She saw but would not record. She knew but would not share. What happened to her? I managed to ask, my voice small in the vast chamber. In answer, the darkness shifted, forming a human silhouette that I somehow knew was Eleanor. It pantomimed writing, then covered its eyes, then, most chillingly, mimed putting something in its mouth and collapsing. "She chose blindness," the voice said. "She chose silence. She chose death. What do you want from me?" I asked, though I feared I already knew. "See. Record. Share." The darkness coalesced further, becoming almost solid. "Feed us with your witness." The hooded figures began a low chant, swaying slightly. One stepped forward, carrying something wrapped in cloth. When they placed it on the stone table, the cloth fell away, revealing a small dagger with an ornate handle. "Blood calls to blood," the voice said. "Witness calls to witness." I understood then what was being asked. My blood, my direct participation. Not just observation, but communion. The protective pouch around my neck grew warm, almost hot against my skin. Vincent had said it would protect me, but would it be enough? Could I walk away now, with the ritual half completed? The darkness reached for me, tendrils of shadow stretching across the chamber. Choose, witness. See all or see nothing. Live in knowledge or die in ignorance, like Eleanor before you. My camera continued to click, documenting everything even as my mind reeled with the impossible choice before me. To participate in what might be murder, or to refuse and perhaps suffer Eleanor's fate. The shadows touched my skin, cold as ice, searching. And in that touch, I felt ancient knowledge pressing against my consciousness, secrets of stone and time and blood, patterns repeating through centuries. I reached for the dagger, my hand moving almost without my will. The chanting grew louder, the darkness swirling faster around the table. This was the moment of decision. This was where Eleanor had faltered. What would I choose? My fingers closed around the dagger's handle. It felt unnaturally cold, as if carved from ice rather than metal or stone. The protective pouch burned against my chest, a counterpoint to the dagger's chill. Yes, the darkness seemed to sigh, its tendrils caressing my wrist, guiding my hand upward. The hooded figures intensified their chanting, the rhythm becoming more urgent. I still couldn't see their faces, but their bodies swayed in perfect unison, like trees bending in a storm. A small offering, the voice coaxed. A witness must participate to truly understand. I pressed the blade against my palm, hesitating. This was madness, a violation of every rational principle I lived by. Yet the pull was undeniable, a gravitational force drawing me toward completion of the ritual. Vincent's warning echoed in my mind. It feeds on being seen, being known. Making my decision, I lowered the dagger and raised my camera instead. "I'll witness," I said firmly. "I'll record everything. But I won't feed you my blood." The darkness rippled, tendrils withdrawing slightly. The hooded figures stilled. "Unacceptable," the voice rumbled, no longer coaxing but threatening. "The cycle must be completed." "I'm changing the terms," I said, surprising myself with my boldness. Eleanor refused to see or record. "I'm willing to do both." "That should be enough." The chamber grew colder, frost forming on the stone walls. The candles flickered wildly, shadows leaping and dancing. The protective pouch around my neck pulsed with warmth, seemingly the only defense against the spreading chill. "You do not dictate terms to us," the voice thundered. "We who were ancient when your kind still cowered in caves." The hooded figures began moving again, but differently now, their movements jerky, uncoordinated, as if they were puppets with tangled strings. They converged on me from all sides, hands outstretched. I backed away, still photographing, capturing their approach. Through my camera's viewfinder, I saw what my naked eye couldn't perceive. The figures weren't human at all, but constructs of shadow and stone, animated by the darkness pooling around us. My back hit the chamber wall. There was nowhere left to retreat. "The witness will participate," the voice insisted. "Willingly or unwillingly." The nearest figure lunged forward, grabbing my wrist. Its touch burned like dry ice, numbing my skin instantly. Another seized my shoulder, and a third reached for my throat. I struggled, but their grips were implacable. The dagger, still clutched in my free hand, gleamed in the candlelight. One of the shadow figures guided it toward my palm again, pressing the blade against my skin. In desperation, I yanked the protective pouch from around my neck and hurled it onto the stone table. It burst upon impact, scattering its contents across the surface, iron filings, dirt, and tiny bone fragments. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The darkness recoiled from the table with a sound like 1,000 whispers screaming in unison. The shadow figures released me, staggering backward as if struck. The candles flared suddenly, burning blue and white rather than yellow. In that moment of confusion, I bolted for the passage leading out of the chamber. Behind me, the voice roared in fury, the sound shaking loose stones from the walls. I ran blindly, my flashlight still dead, guided only by the faint ambient light and my hands on the rock walls. The passage seemed longer than before, twisting in ways I didn't remember. Several times I hit dead ends that shouldn't have existed, forced to double back and find another route. The whispers followed me, growing more threatening. No escape, the witness stays, the witness feeds. My lungs burned and my legs ached, but fear drove me onward. Finally, I saw moonlight ahead, faint but unmistakable. The gorge entrance. As I neared it, a figure stepped into the opening, blocking the way. For a moment, I feared it was another shadow construct, but then I recognized the stooped shoulders and walking stick. Vincent, I gasped. Told you not to come, he said grimly, but he reached out a hand to me. Hurry. They're right behind you. I took his hand and let him pull me through the entrance. Outside, the forest was bathed in the strange half-light of a cloudy night without moon, the dark moon. We need to get away from here, I panted. They won't follow past the entrance, Vincent finished. Not tonight, anyway. The ritual was interrupted. They'll need time to regather their strength. I looked back at the gorge entrance. Shadow figures massed just inside, a wall of darkness that seemed to breathe and pulse with rage. They reached toward us but stopped at the threshold as if hitting an invisible barrier. Where are they? I asked, my voice shaking. Memories, Vincent said. Echoes. Fragments of everyone who's ever fed the thing beneath the stone. It collects them, uses them. We moved quickly through the forest, Vincent setting a brutal pace despite his age. I glanced repeatedly over my shoulder, half expecting to see the shadows following, but the way behind us remained clear. When we reached my cabin, Vincent didn't stop. Not safe here, he said. Get your things. Important things only. You're coming to my place tonight. I didn't argue. In less than 5 minutes, I had packed my laptop, camera, notes, and a change of clothes. We drove to Vincent's house in silence, my hands still trembling on the steering wheel. His house was more fortified than I had noticed during my previous visit. Salt lines at every threshold, iron nails hammered into window frames, bundles of herbs far more elaborate than the ones he'd given me hanging at each corner of the building. Inside, he directed me to a small guest room. Place your camera and laptop in that box, he said, pointing to a metal container on the desk. Lined with lead and iron. It'll block their influence. They can affect electronic devices? I asked, remembering the strange images on my laptop screen. They can affect anything that records or witnesses, he said. It's what they do. They want to be seen, but on their terms. I placed my equipment in the box and closed the lid. Only then did Vincent relax slightly, sinking into an armchair by the small wood stove that heated the room. You interrupted the ritual, he said. It wasn't a question. I nodded. I refused to give blood. Used your protective charm against them. A flicker of surprise crossed his face. Bold move. Most people can't resist by that point. What happens now? I asked, sitting on the edge of the bed. Now they'll be angry. Hungry. He stared into the flames visible through the stove's glass door. They've marked you as their witness. They won't easily choose another. Eleanor Thornton, I said quietly. She refused too, didn't she? Vincent nodded. She saw what was under the stone. Couldn't live with the knowledge. Couldn't share it either. What is under there? I pressed. I saw something forming, but not clearly. His eyes met mine, evaluating. Finally, he sighed. It's not something that can be described in words you'd understand. It's older than language. Older than thought as we know it. But you've seen it? My grandfather showed me when I was 14. It's why I carry these. He pulled down the collar of his shirt, revealing burn-like scars in a pattern similar to the petroglyphs in the gorge. Protection. Marks of having witnessed and survived. I remembered the moving shadows on the stone table, the darkness taking shape. It feeds on blood and observation. Blood is just the medium, Vincent explained. What it really consumes is attention. Acknowledgement. Being seen makes it real in our world. Being recorded strengthens it further. The implications dawned on me. My photographs. My notes. Every image you captured gave it more substance, he confirmed. That's why Eleanor destroyed her journals and films before she took her own life. She thought she could starve it by removing all record of it. Did it work? He snorted. Temporarily. But it always finds another witness eventually. We sat in silence for a time, the only sound the crackling of the fire in the stove. Outside, the wind had picked up, branches scraping against the roof and walls. Get some sleep if you can, Vincent finally said, rising from his chair. We'll talk more in the morning. But sleep proved impossible. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the shadow figures reaching for me, felt their icy touch on my skin. The wind outside seemed to carry whispers, though I told myself it was just my overstimulated imagination. Around 3 in the morning, I gave up trying to rest and opened the metal box, retrieving my camera. I needed to see what I had captured, needed to know what evidence I had of the night's events. The first few images showed the chamber as I'd initially found it, the stone table, the candles, the hooded figures. Clear, documentary shots that could almost be mistaken for a historical reenactment. But as I advanced through the series, the images changed. The hooded figures became less distinct, more shadow than substance. The darkness on the table took shape, not clearly enough to make out details, but unmistakably alive, writhing, reaching. The final shots, taken as I backed away from the approaching shadow constructs, showed something emerging from beneath the stone table. Just the edge of it, a suggestion rather than a clear image, a mass of angles and shapes that seemed wrong somehow, painful to look at even in two-dimensional form. I quickly turned off the camera, suddenly afraid that viewing the images was somehow strengthening the thing's connection to me. Vincent's words echoed in my mind. Being seen makes it real in our world. What if that applied not just to direct observation but to the photographs as well? I returned the camera to the metal box and closed the lid firmly. Outside, the wind had stopped, leaving an unnatural silence. I moved to the window, peering through a gap in the curtains. The night was clear now, stars visible in the moonless sky. Vincent's yard was empty except for his old truck and a woodpile against the side of the house. Then I noticed the cairns, small stacks of 3 stones each, arranged in a perfect circle around the house. They hadn't been there when we arrived. I was certain of it. As I watched, a shadow detached itself from the tree line and moved across the yard, not walking, but gliding, barely skimming the ground. It paused at one of the cairns, seeming to inspect it, then continued its circuit. Another shadow emerged from the opposite direction, then another. Soon there were 7 of them, moving in a slow, deliberate pattern around the perimeter marked by the stone stacks. I backed away from the window, heart racing. Should I wake Vincent? Would that make things worse? Before I could decide, there was a soft tapping at my window, the same rhythmic pattern I heard at my cabin. Through the curtain gap, I could see a shadow figure pressed against the glass, its form rippling like dark water. Witness, it whispered, the sound somehow penetrating the closed window. You cannot refuse your role. I stumbled backward, knocking into the desk. The metal box containing my camera and laptop crashed to the floor, its lid popping open. The camera switched on by itself, its display illuminating the darkened room with a pale blue glow. On the screen was not any of the photos I had taken, but something new, an image of me, asleep in this very room, with a shadow figure bending over the bed. The timestamp showed tomorrow's date. Even in dreams, you will witness, the voice whispered. Even in death, you will serve. A hand fell on my shoulder, and I screamed, whirling around to find Vincent standing there, a finger to his lips. Don't acknowledge them, he whispered urgently. Don't look at them directly. It only makes them stronger. He moved quickly around the room, reinforcing the salt lines at the window and doorway, hanging a fresh herb bundle above the bed. They shouldn't be able to come this close to the house, he muttered. Not with all the protections. Could it be because of me? I asked. Because I interrupted the ritual? He gave me a sharp look. Possibly. Or because of what you photographed. He pointed to the camera, still glowing on the floor. Turn that off. Now. I picked up the camera with trembling hands, then switched it off, returning it to the metal box along with my laptop. We need to leave at first light, Vincent said. Get you away from here. Once you're out of the valley, their influence will fade. What about you? I'll stay. It's my role, like it was my grandfather's. Someone needs to maintain the balance, keep them contained. Outside, the tapping continued, moving from window to window. The whispers grew more insistent, multiple voices speaking together and separately. Witness, Rickard, join us beneath the stone. Neither of us slept for what remained of the night. We sat in silence, listening to the shadows circling the house, testing its defenses. Vincent occasionally rose to check the salt lines were adequate to the stove, but otherwise remained still, staring into the flames as if seeing things I couldn't. As dawn approached, the tapping and whispers gradually faded. The first rays of sunlight pierced the curtains, cutting across the room in golden bands. Vincent exhaled heavily, shoulders slumping. They're gone. For now. I moved to the window and peeked out. The yard was empty, no shadow figures, no movement. But the cairns remained, stone sentinels marking a perfect circle around the house. Vincent joined me at the window, his expression grim. They're getting stronger, more organized. I haven't seen them build cairns like that in 20 years. Because of my photographs? He nodded slowly. And because you rejected the ritual but still witnessed. You've created an imbalance. I felt a crushing weight of responsibility. What have I done? What Eleanor did, he said softly. You've made them hungry for completion. He moved away from the window, gathering items from around the room, more herb bundles, small cloth bags of what looked like salt mixed with other substances, a few rusty iron nails. Pack your things, he instructed. We need to get you out of here before nightfall. Once you're beyond the valley, destroy those photographs. All of them. Every record. As I packed, a terrible realization formed. They won't let me leave, will they? Vincent paused in his preparations. Not without a fight. And if I do leave, if I destroy everything, what happens then? They find another witness? Eventually. And the cycle continues. I sat heavily on the bed. Unless someone breaks it permanently. Vincent's eyes narrowed. What are you suggesting? I wasn't entirely sure myself, but something was taking shape in my mind, a dangerous idea, but perhaps the only way forward. What if I go back? I said slowly. Not to complete the ritual as they want, but to document everything fully? Not just observe, but expose? Expose to whom? Vincent asked skeptically. Everyone. The internet. Academic journals. Make it so widely seen that it can't be controlled anymore. Vincent shook his head violently. That's exactly what it wants, to be seen, to be known widely. Or is that what it fears most? I countered. You said it wants to be witnessed, but on its terms. What if those terms include secrecy, limited exposure? What if being fully exposed to the world would actually weaken it? He stared at me, conflict evident in his expression. It's too dangerous. You saw what happened to Eleanor when she tried to defy them. Eleanor tried to deny them completely, I argued. I'm suggesting the opposite, full documentation, full exposure. Vincent was silent for a long time, considering. Finally, he sighed. There's someone you should talk to before you decide anything. Someone who might know more than I do. Who? Eleanor's granddaughter. She keeps what remains of Eleanor's original research, the pages that weren't destroyed. She lives on the other side of the valley. Hope sparked in me. She might have the missing pieces. The parts of the story we don't know. Vincent nodded grimly. Or she might convince you to run as far from here as possible. Either way, we should see her before doing anything rash. We finished packing in silence, both lost in thought. As I placed my camera in my bag, I couldn't help wondering what had Eleanor Thornton discovered that drove her to such desperate measures. And was I about to make the same fatal mistake? The shadows had retreated with the dawn, but I knew they were waiting, patient as the stones themselves. Night would come again, and with it, the whispers, the tapping, the cold touch of ancient hunger. I had until then to decide my path, run and hope they didn't follow, or confront them with the one thing they might truly fear, unfiltered, uncontrolled exposure to the modern world. As we loaded Vincent's truck, I glanced back at the circle of cairns surrounding the house. One of them had changed since I last looked, now topped with a small white object. I moved closer, squinting to make it out. A partial jawbone. Human. The message was clear, witness or become part of the collection beneath the stone. The drive to Eleanor Thornton's granddaughter took us through the heart of the valley, past overgrown homesteads and abandoned mining operations reclaimed by forest. Vincent drove in silence, his weathered hands gripping the steering wheel too tightly, eyes constantly checking the rearview mirror. What's her name? I asked, breaking the heavy silence. Abigail Thornton, Vincent replied. Never married, no children. Lives alone in her grandmother's old house. People in town think she's eccentric. And she has Eleanor's research? The parts that weren't destroyed? He nodded. She guards it. Won't let anyone see it. I only know about it because my father helped Eleanor hide some of her papers before he paused, before the end. The road narrowed, turning from asphalt to gravel to dirt. Eventually, we turned onto a barely visible track that wound up a wooded hillside. At the top stood a Victorian-style house, its paint faded and peeling but its structure solid. Does she know we're coming? I asked as Vincent parked beside a weathered garden shed. No. Abigail doesn't have a phone. Doesn't trust modern technology. He cut the engine. Follow my lead and don't mention the shadows directly. Let me explain why we're here. We approached the house cautiously. The front garden was immaculately maintained, with herb beds laid out in geometric patterns that reminded me uncomfortably of the petroglyphs in the gorge. Wind chimes made of bone and metal hung from the porch eaves, creating discordant music in the morning breeze. Vincent knocked on the door, 3 slow knocks followed by 2 quick ones. A code of some kind. We waited nearly a minute before hearing movement inside, the shuffle of slippered feet, the click of multiple locks being undone. Finally, the door opened a few inches, secured by a chain. A single blue eye peered at us through the gap. Vincent, a woman's voice acknowledged. It's not your usual day. Sorry to come unannounced, Abigail, he said. But it's important. It's about the gorge. The eye shifted to me, narrowing with suspicion. Who's this? Morgan West. An anthropologist. The shadows have chosen a new witness. The door closed abruptly. For a moment, I thought she was refusing us entry, but then came the sound of the chain being removed. The door reopened fully. Abigail Thornton was in her 70s, with silver hair pulled back in a tight bun and that same piercing blue eye. The other was clouded with cataracts. She wore a high-neck dress that might have been fashionable 50 years ago and a pendant that looked remarkably similar to the protective pouch Vincent had given me. Come in, she said tersely. Wipe your feet. Don't touch anything without asking. The interior of the house was like stepping back in time, heavy Victorian furniture, oil lamps instead of electric lights, walls lined with bookshelves containing ancient-looking tomes. But what caught my attention most were the symbols carved into every door frame, every window frame, the same symbols from the gorge petroglyphs. Abigail led us to a sitting room and gestured for us to take seats on a horsehair sofa. She remained standing, her good eye fixed on me with uncomfortable intensity. You've been to the chamber, she stated. It wasn't a question. I nodded. Last night. During the dark moon. And you refused the ritual. Yes. The hand of a smile touched her lips. Just like my grandmother. Brave. Foolish. Vincent leaned forward. The shadows are more active than I've ever seen them, Abigail. They surrounded my house last night. Bill Cairns. Her expression darkened. The bone markers? He nodded grimly. She turned back to me. Show me your photographs. I hesitated, glancing at Vincent. He gave a slight nod. I took out my camera and turned it on, then handed it to Abigail. She held it awkwardly, clearly unfamiliar with digital devices, but figured out how to view the images. As she scrolled through them, her expression changed from curiosity to shock to something approaching fear. You captured more than my grandmother ever did, she murmured. It's more formed now, more substantial. What is it? I asked quietly. She handed the camera back to me as if it had become too hot to hold. Nodded. Them. The collective memory of sacrifice. I don't understand. Abigail sighed heavily and lowered herself into a high-backed chair opposite us. My grandmother discovered the truth, but too late to save herself. The entity beneath the stone isn't a single being. It's a composite, thousands of memories, thousands of deaths, merged over centuries. The sacrifices, Vincent said. She nodded. Every person killed on that stone left something behind, an echo, a fragment of consciousness. Those fragments gradually merged, formed a collective entity that exists half in our world, half in somewhere else. And it feeds on being witnessed, I said, remembering Vincent's words. Blood draws it forth, Abigail confirmed. Observation gives it form. Documentation makes it permanent. A terrible suspicion formed in my mind. The hooded figures in the chamber, they weren't people, were they? No, she said softly. They're previous witnesses who refused the ritual but couldn't escape the calling. Their consciousness trapped, added to the collective. Like Eleanor, I whispered. Abigail's good eye glistened with moisture. My grandmother realized what was happening too late. She tried to destroy all record of what she'd seen, thinking it would weaken the entity enough for her to escape its influence. But some knowledge can't be unlearned. She took her own life, Vincent added quietly. To avoid becoming part of it, Abigail corrected. She chose oblivion over absorption. The weight of this revelation settled over me like a shroud. And now they've chosen me. Abigail rose and moved to a bookshelf, running her fingers along the spines until she found what she wanted, a small leather journal, its edges charred as if it had been rescued from a fire. This is all that remains of my grandmother's original research, she said, returning to her seat. Her final entries, after she understood what she was dealing with. She opened the journal carefully and began to read. April 12, 1937, I know now what dwells beneath the feeding stone. Not a god or demon as the locals believe, but something perhaps more terrible, the accumulated consciousness of hundreds of sacrificed souls, merged into a collective entity that exists across dimensions. Each ritual strengthens it. Each witness expands its reach into our world. It has been growing for centuries, patient as the mountains themselves. April 14, 1937, the shadows follow me now, even in daylight. They whisper constantly, demanding I complete the documentation, demanding I share what I've learned. But I see their true purpose now. Wide exposure wouldn't weaken them as I'd hoped, it would feed them exponentially. In our modern world of mass media and photography, they could reach thousands, perhaps millions simultaneously. The thought terrifies me. April 15, 1937, there is only one way to fight them. Knowledge is their sustenance, so I must destroy all record of their existence. I've burned my films, my drawings, most of these journals. This record I entrust to Henry Caldwell, with instructions to hide it where the shadows won't look. If you are reading this, beware. To know them is to feed them, to record them is to strengthen them, to share that knowledge is to spread their influence. Better they remain hungry than gorged on the attention of the modern world. Abigail closed the journal gently. The next day, they found her. A lethal dose of sleeping powder. I sat in stunned silence, trying to process what I'd heard. Eleanor hadn't been driven mad by what she'd seen. She'd made a calculated decision to deny the entity what it wanted most, exposure. If she was right, I said slowly, then my plan to document and expose everything would be exactly what they want. It would, Abigail confirmed. In my grandmother's time, that might have meant newspaper articles, academic papers, perhaps radio. Today, with the internet. She shook her head. Instantaneous, worldwide exposure. They would grow beyond containment. Vincent leaned forward, elbows on knees. So what's the alternative? Morgan just keeps running? You've seen what they can do, how far they can reach. There is another way, Abigail said quietly. My grandmother found it too late, but she recorded it here. She tapped the journal. The entity can be weakened, possibly even broken apart, but it requires someone willing to enter the chamber again. My heart raced. Ow! The ritual reversed. Instead of offering blood to strengthen the connection, you use iron and salt to sever it. Instead of documenting to preserve, you use light to disperse. Light? I asked, confused. The entity exists in shadow, Abigail explained. Direct, powerful light causes the fragments to separate, weakens their collective consciousness. In 1937, my grandmother didn't have access to strong enough portable lights. But today, high-powered flashlights, Vincent said, understanding dawning. Maybe even strobe lights. Abigail nodded. Combined with the proper protective measures and counter-ritual, it might be enough to disperse the entity temporarily, long enough for Morgan to escape its influence. Temporarily, I repeated. So it would eventually reform? Yes, she admitted. But weakened, diminished. It might take decades to regain its current strength. I thought of the shadow figures circling Vincent's house, the cairns topped with human bone, the whispers that followed me even in supposed safety. Running seemed futile. Confrontation was the only option. I'll do it, I said firmly. Tell me what I need. The rest of the day was spent in preparation. Abigail provided the counter-ritual from Eleanor's notes, a complex procedure involving iron filings, salt, and incantations that sounded more like mathematical formulas than magical spells. Vincent drove into town to purchase the most powerful flashlights he could find, along with strobe lights and extra batteries. I spent hours memorizing the counter-ritual, practicing the precise movements and words. As evening approached, an uneasy calm settled over me, the clarity of purpose that comes with accepting a dangerous but necessary path. We ate a simple dinner in Abigail's kitchen, none of us speaking much. As twilight deepened outside the windows, Abigail handed me a small wooden box. My grandmother's pendant, she said. It protected her for months before the end. It's stronger than what Vincent gave you. Inside the box was an intricate amulet, iron wire wrapped around a central stone, with smaller stones and what looked like tiny bones woven into the pattern. The central stone is from the gorge itself, Abigail explained as I lifted it by its leather cord. Taken before the entity claimed that place. It remembers what the land was before the darkness came. I placed it around my neck, feeling an immediate warmth spreading from it, not uncomfortable, but noticeable. We should go soon, Vincent said, checking his watch. We want to reach the chamber at midnight. That's when the entity is both strongest and most vulnerable, fully manifested but not yet fed. We loaded Vincent's truck with our equipment, the lights, bags of iron filings, and salt, Eleanor's journal for reference. Abigail insisted on coming with us, though she would remain at the gorge entrance. I'll maintain a boundary circle, she explained. Keep the shadows from escaping if something goes wrong. The drive to the gorge was tense, none of us speaking. The night was clear, stars painfully bright in the moonless sky. When we reached the forest path, Vincent parked and we continued on foot, flashlights cutting through the darkness. The forest was unnaturally silent, no insects chirping, no nocturnal animals moving in the underbrush. It was as if every living thing had fled, sensing what was to come. At the entrance to the gorge, we stopped. Abigail immediately began setting up her boundary, a circle of salt mixed with iron filings and crushed herbs, with small bundles placed at cardinal points. Vincent helped me prepare, checking the flashlights and strobe lights, making sure I had the bags of salt and iron secure in my pack, testing the recorder I would use to play back the counter-ritual incantations at the crucial moment. "You don't have to do this," he said quietly, adjusting the straps of my backpack. "We could still try to get you out of the valley, try to outrun them." I shook my head. No more running. No more witnesses after me. Abigail approached, looking fragile yet determined in the harsh light of our flashlights. "Remember, don't look directly at it when it fully manifests. Use the mirrors to reflect the light. And most importantly, when you feel it trying to enter your mind, focus on something personal, something it can't possibly know or understand." I nodded, touching Eleanor's pendant for reassurance. "I'm ready." Vincent hugged me briefly, awkwardly. "I'll be right behind you, up to the chamber entrance. Beyond that, you're on your own." With final checks complete, I stepped into the gorge, the powerful beam of my flashlight illuminating the narrow passage ahead. Vincent followed a few paces behind, his own light sweeping the walls for any sign of the shadow figures. The air within the gorge was noticeably colder, my breath forming clouds in front of my face. The walls seemed to absorb our light, drinking it in without reflecting it back properly. Almost immediately, I heard them, whispers echoing from the stone, unintelligible at first but growing clearer as we advanced. The witness returns, the cycle completes, blood in sight. I ignored them, pushing forward steadily. The passage twisted more than I remembered, sometimes narrowing until I had to turn sideways to squeeze through. Checking my map proved useless, the layout seemed to have changed, the gorge reshaping itself around us. "It's trying to confuse you," Vincent called from behind. "Keep moving forward. Don't let it turn you around." After what seemed like hours but was probably only 30 minutes, the passage widened, and I knew we were approaching the central chamber. The whispers grew louder, joined by that same vibrating hum I'd heard during the ritual. At the entrance to the chamber, Vincent stopped as planned. "I'll be right here," he promised. "If you're not back in 20 minutes, I'm coming in after you." I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. With a final deep breath, I stepped into the chamber alone. It had transformed again, the floor now covered entirely in intricate patterns drawn in what looked like ash and dried blood. The stone table at the center glowed with a faint, sickly luminescence. Most disturbing were the figures, not 7 now but dozens, hooded forms standing in concentric circles around the table, perfectly still. I moved forward cautiously, setting my backpack down at what I judged to be the optimal position, close enough to work, far enough to retreat if necessary. The figures didn't react to my presence, but I could feel their awareness, their hunger. Working quickly, I set up the strobe lights at the 4 corners of the chamber, angling them toward the stone table. Next came the mirrors, small, handheld ones from Abigail's collection, positioned to reflect and amplify the light. Finally, I prepared the counter-ritual materials, pouches of salt and iron filings, Eleanor's pendant clasped tightly in my left hand. As I worked, the humming grew louder, resolving into that strange language I couldn't understand but somehow comprehended. Witness, prepare, join. "I'm not here to join you," I said clearly, my voice echoing in the chamber. I'm here to end this cycle. The hooded figures stirred at that, a ripple of movement passing through their ranks. The darkness above the stone table began to coalesce, taking shape as it had the night before, too many angles, too many dimensions. I finished my preparations and stood before the table, Eleanor's journal open to the counter-ritual page. I began reading the incantations, strange syllables that felt mathematical in their precision, descriptions of spatial relationships and intersecting planes. As I spoke, the darkness responded, writhing faster, taking more definite shape. The hooded figures began a counter-chant, their voices merging into a droning backdrop. I continued the ritual, now scattering iron filings in precise patterns that mirrored the petroglyphs on the walls. The filing hissed when they touched the floor, as if landing on something hot. The darkness above the table roiled violently, expanding and contracting like a living thing in pain. The hooded figures stepped closer, their chanting growing more urgent. I knew I had only moments before they would try to stop me. With trembling hands, I completed the iron filings pattern and moved to the final phase. I activated the strobe lights simultaneously, their harsh flashes cutting through the darkness like knives. The entity shrieked, a sound not made by human throats, a vibration that seemed to come from the stone itself. Now! I shouted to myself, and began the final words of Eleanor's counter-ritual while pouring salt in a complete circle around me. The darkness fought back, tendrils of shadow reaching for me, trying to breach my protective circle. The hooded figures lurched forward as one, hands outstretched. I held Eleanor's pendant high, its stone glowing with an inner light that seemed to repel the shadows. By iron and salt, by light and truth, I break your hold. I called out, voice cracking with effort. Return to fragments, return to memory. The entity above the stone table convulsed, its form breaking apart under the assault of the strobe lights. Pieces of it scattered like dark mist, revealing glimpses of what lay within, faces, hundreds of them, mouths open in silent screams. The hooded figures began to dissolve, their forms becoming transparent, revealing the lost souls trapped within, men and women from different eras, their expressions shifting from rage to confusion to something like hope. I continued the counter-ritual, voice stronger now. I witness your dissolution, not your formation. I record your ending, not your continuation. A violent wind whipped through the chamber, carrying away the dissolving shadows. The stone table cracked with a sound like thunder, a jagged line appearing across its surface. In the final moment, as the entity broke apart completely, I saw her, Eleanor Thornton, her form briefly visible among the dispersing shadows, her eyes meeting mine with profound gratitude before she too faded away. Then silence. The strobe lights continued their rhythmic flashing, but illuminated only an empty chamber, no hooded figures, no writhing darkness. Only the cracked stone table remained as evidence of what had occurred. I gathered my equipment with shaking hands and stumbled toward the exit where Vincent waited, wide-eyed with disbelief. "It's done," I whispered, collapsing into his arms. "They're free." We made our way back through the gorge, which now seemed like ordinary stone, no whispers, no sense of being watched. Abigail was waiting at the entrance, her boundary circle undisturbed. "It worked," she said, not a question but a statement of wonder. I felt them pass. In the days that followed, we documented everything, not to spread the knowledge widely, but to preserve it safely, should the entity ever begin to reform. The photographs I had taken showed only empty chambers now, the entity's presence erased not just from the present but from the recorded past. Vincent reinforced the protections around his house, though the cairns had crumbled to ordinary piles of stone. Abigail added Eleanor's counter ritual to her collection of protective knowledge, sealed away for future guardians. As for me, I stayed in the valley longer than I had planned, helping Vincent monitor the gorge for any signs of the entity's return. We visited the chamber weekly, always finding it empty, the crack in the stone table widening little by little. 6 months later, as autumn painted the valley in gold and crimson, I packed my bags for the last time. The nightmares had finally stopped. The feeling of being watched had faded. Whatever had been bound to that place for centuries was truly gone, or at least scattered so thoroughly that it posed no immediate threat. On my final visit to the gorge, I left a small stone marker, not a cairn, but a simple, flat river stone with one word carved into its surface, remembered. Not as a witness to their power, but as an acknowledgement of their release. Not to feed their hunger, but to mark its end. As I drove away from the valley, I touched Eleanor's pendant around my neck, my last connection to the shadows beneath the stone, and a reminder that some cycles can be broken if only we have the courage to face them directly. What if the mirrors in our homes have been watching us all along, collecting our secrets, storing our darkest moments? I never believed in the supernatural. As a professor of historical architecture specializing in 19th century estates, I approached everything with academic detachment. Evidence, logic, reason. These were my guiding principles until I inherited Thornwood Manor from my great-uncle William, a distant relative I'd met only twice. The manor stood isolated at the end of a winding gravel path, surrounded by ancient oak trees whose branches formed a canopy overhead. 3 stories of weathered stone and arched windows gazed down at me as I approached, keys clutched tightly in my hand. Something about the place made my skin prickle despite the warm spring afternoon. Professor Reynolds. We were beginning to think you changed your mind, called Margaret Evans, the estate agent who'd been corresponding with me for weeks. She was a plump woman with a permanently cheerful expression that seemed at odds with the somber facade of Thornwood. Traffic was heavier than expected, I explained, looking up at the imposing structure. It's larger than the photographs suggested. They always are, she laughed, leading me toward the heavy oak doors. The previous caretaker left last month, but everything's been maintained. The electricity works, though it can be temperamental during storms. As we stepped into the grand foyer, my academic interest was immediately piqued. The interior was a perfectly preserved example of Victorian architecture, intricate crown molding, mahogany paneling, and a sweeping staircase that curved up to the 2nd floor. Dust particles danced in the beams of light streaming through stained glass windows, giving the space an ethereal quality. Your great-uncle was quite the collector, Margaret noted, gesturing to the various antiques dotting the hall. He left everything exactly as you see it. The lawyer mentioned you might be interested in cataloging some pieces for your research. Yes, that's the plan, I replied, running my fingers along a marble-top table. I've been writing a book on Victorian domestic spaces. This place is a gold mine. We toured the ground floor, the formal dining room with its massive table that could seat 20, a music room containing a baby grand piano, a library with floor-to-ceiling bookshelves. Each room was meticulously maintained yet had an undeniable stillness, as if time had frozen decades ago. It wasn't until we reached the master bedroom on the 2nd floor that something changed. The temperature seemed to drop several degrees as Margaret pushed open the door. This was William's room, she said, her voice unconsciously softening. The housekeeper said he spent most of his final days in here. Unlike the other rooms, this one felt lived in. A book lay open on the nightstand. A pair of reading glasses rested beside it. But what immediately drew my attention was the full-length mirror standing in the corner, an ornate piece with an elaborately carved wooden frame. "That's unusual," I murmured, approaching it. The frame depicted twisted figures, their faces contorted in what could have been ecstasy or agony. Gothic revival style, but the craftsmanship is extraordinary. "Your uncle was particularly fond of that piece," Margaret said. "Apparently, it's been in the family for generations. Brought over from Europe in the 1800s. As I stood before the mirror, something strange happened. For just a moment, so brief I thought I'd imagined it, my reflection seemed to waver like ripples on a pond. And behind my shoulder, where there should have been only the empty room, I thought I saw a figure, a woman in period dress, her face pale and drawn. I spun around. Nothing. "Everything all right, Professor?" Margaret asked, her eyebrows raised in concern. "Yes, fine," I said quickly. "Just a trick of the light." We completed the tour, and Margaret left me with a thick folder of information about the house, maintenance schedules, contacts for local services, and historical documents about Thornwood's past. As her car disappeared down the driveway, I was struck by the sudden silence. No traffic noise. No neighbors. Just the occasional creak of the old house settling and the distant call of birds from the surrounding woods. That night, after unpacking my essentials and making a simple dinner in the cavernous kitchen, I decided to begin preliminary documentation of the house's features. I set up my laptop in the library and started photographing architectural details, making notes about the construction and design elements. It was nearly midnight when I finally headed to the master bedroom, which I decided to use despite its association with my great-uncle's death. It was, after all, the most comfortable room in the house, and my academic interest outweighed any superstitious hesitation. As I changed into my pajamas, I deliberately avoided looking at the mirror. Something about it made me uneasy, though I couldn't articulate why. I was just about to turn off the bedside lamp when I heard it, a soft tapping sound, like fingernails against glass. I froze, listening intently. The tapping came again, more insistent this time. It seemed to be coming from the mirror. "Don't be ridiculous," I muttered to myself. "Old houses make noises." Yet I found myself rising from the bed, drawn toward the mirror despite my misgivings. In the dim light of the bedside lamp, my reflection looked strange, sallow and haunted, with dark circles under my eyes that I hadn't noticed before. And then, as I watched, my reflection smiled, a slow, unnatural stretching of lips that I wasn't making. My heart began to race. I raised my hand to touch my face, but my reflection remained still, its smile widening. Then it spoke, its lips forming words I couldn't hear. I felt a rush of cold air, and the bedside lamp flickered once, twice, and went out, plunging the room into darkness. In the sudden blackness, I stumbled backward, tripping over the edge of the rug and falling hard onto the floor. Pain shot through my elbow where it struck the hardwood. I scrambled to my feet and fumbled for my phone, activating the flashlight with trembling fingers. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the mirror. My reflection was gone. In its place stood the woman I'd glimpsed earlier, her dress now clearly visible as an elegant Victorian gown, her hair piled atop her head in an elaborate style. Her eyes were fixed on mine, filled with an unspeakable sorrow. She raised one pale hand and pressed it against the glass from her side. The mirror's surface rippled like water, and I heard a whisper that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Help us," it said. "See what happened here." Then the light on my phone died, and I was alone in the darkness with nothing but the sound of my own ragged breathing and the terrible certainty that whatever lived in the mirror of Thornwood Manor had been waiting a very long time for someone to see it. Have you ever felt a memory that wasn't yours? A grief so profound it could only have belonged to someone else? I didn't sleep that night. How could I? Every time I closed my eyes, I saw her face, the woman in the mirror, her eyes pleading, her hand pressed against the glass as if she could break through the barrier between us. When dawn finally came, gray light filtering through the heavy curtains, I convinced myself it had been a hallucination. Stress from the move, exhaustion from the drive, an overactive imagination sparked by the gothic atmosphere of Thornwood Manor. I avoided the mirror as I dressed, keeping my back to it while I pulled on jeans and a sweater. But I could feel it behind me, a presence, patient and watching. Twice I nearly turned around, certain I would catch movement in my peripheral vision. Instead, I hurried from the room, closing the door firmly behind me. The kitchen seemed safe in the morning light, mundane and solid with its copper pots hanging above the massive iron stove. I made coffee and tried to focus on my work, spreading out my notes on the kitchen table and reviewing what I knew about Thornwood's history. The manor had been built in 1873 by Thomas Reynolds, a shipping magnate who made his fortune in the China trade. The Reynolds family had occupied the house for 3 generations before it passed to distant relatives in the 1920s. My great-uncle William had acquired it in the 1960s and lived here alone until his death 3 months ago. Nothing in the official history hinted at tragedy or scandal, nothing that would explain the woman in the mirror or her desperate plea for help. But as I skimmed through the documents Margaret had left me, a small newspaper clipping caught my eye. It had been tucked between property deeds, yellowed with age and nearly falling apart at the creases. Thornwood tragedy, young bride's mysterious death. The brief article, dated August 15, 1875, described how Eleanor Reynolds, the 22-year-old wife of Thomas Reynolds, had been found dead in her bedroom under mysterious circumstances. The coroner had ruled it a suicide, though the article noted that certain parties close to the family expressed doubt about this conclusion. Eleanor Reynolds. Could she be the woman in the mirror? I searched through the remaining documents but found no photographs of her, nothing to confirm my suspicion. My coffee grew cold as I stared at the clipping. According to the article, she had died in the master bedroom, the same room where I'd slept last night, where the mirror stood watching. A sudden crash from upstairs made me jump, spilling coffee across my notes. It sounded like something heavy had fallen. Heart pounding, I made my way up the grand staircase, my footsteps echoing in the silence. The door to the master bedroom was ajar, though I was certain I'd closed it. I pushed it open slowly, bracing myself for what I might find. The mirror had fallen, or been pushed, and now lay face down on the floor, its heavy frame splintered at one corner. For a moment, I felt relieved. Whatever presence had been trapped inside was now facing the floor, unable to watch me. But as I approached to assess the damage, I noticed something protruding from behind the frame, the edge of what appeared to be a folded paper. Carefully, I tilted the mirror just enough to extract it without looking at the glass surface. It was a letter, written in faded ink on delicate stationery. The handwriting was elegant but hurried, the pressure of the pen having torn through the paper in places. August 10th, 1875. My dearest Catherine, I write to you in great distress. Thomas grows more suspicious by the day. He watches me constantly, questions my every movement. I fear he knows about the money I've been setting aside and the arrangements I've made. If he discovers my plan to leave him, I cannot imagine what he might do. The mirror arrived yesterday, his gift to me for our anniversary. It is a hideous thing, with grotesque figures carved into its frame. But it is what I saw in the glass that truly terrifies me. When I gaze into it alone, I see not only my reflection, but visions of such horror that I dare not describe them. I see my own death, Catherine, played out in a dozen different ways. Thomas insists the mirror be kept in our bedroom. He watches me as I sit at my dressing table before it, a strange smile on his face. He asked me last night what I see when I look into it. I lied and said I saw only myself. I am certain now that the mirror is not simply a mirror. There is something evil within it. Something that Thomas has brought into our home for a purpose I dare not contemplate. I have decided I cannot wait until next month as we planned. I must leave Thornwood immediately. I will come to you in Boston within the week. Have your brother meet me at the station as we discussed. If you do not hear from me, if I do not arrive as promised, please alert the authorities. Tell them to look beyond what they are shown. Tell them to look into the mirror. With desperate affection, Eleanor. My hands were shaking by the time I finished reading. Eleanor had never made it to Boston. She had died here, in this room, 5 days after writing this letter. I looked at the mirror still lying face down on the floor. Had Thomas Reynolds murdered his wife and somehow used this mirror in the process? Had Eleanor's spirit been trapped inside it all these years? As if in answer to my unspoken questions, the temperature in the room plummeted. My breath fogged in the suddenly frigid air. The letter in my hand began to tremble, not from my own shaking, but as if caught in a breeze, though there was no wind. Pages of my notebook on the bedside table began to turn by themselves, faster and faster, until they settled on a blank page. Before my eyes, words began to appear on the paper, not written from top to bottom, but materializing all at once, as if they'd been invisible and were now being revealed. Look at me. Against every instinct screaming for me to run, I found myself moving toward the fallen mirror. Some force seemed to pull me forward until I was standing over it. Slowly, feeling as though I was in a dream, I knelt and turned the mirror face up. The reflection that gazed back at me was not my own. Eleanor's face filled the glass, her features contorted in silent anguish. Behind her stood a man I assumed must be Thomas Reynolds, tall and severe in a dark suit, his hand resting possessively on her shoulder. As I watched, frozen in horror, his grip tightened until Eleanor winced in pain. Then the scene changed. I was no longer looking at reflections, but through a window into the past. The mirror showed me this very room as it had been in 1875. Eleanor sat at a dressing table, brushing her hair with slow, mechanical movements. Thomas stood behind her, watching her reflection with cold calculation. "What do you see, my dear?" he asked, his voice somehow audible to me across the decades. "Nothing, Thomas," Eleanor replied, her voice trembling. "Only myself." "You're lying," he said softly, dangerously. "The mirror shows the truth. Always the truth. Your guilt is written all over your face." He reached into his pocket and withdrew an envelope, Catherine's letter to Eleanor, I somehow knew, containing details of their escape plan. Eleanor's face crumpled. "Thomas, please." His hand shot out, gripping her throat. "Did you think I wouldn't find out? That you could humiliate me this way?" The scene shifted again. Eleanor lying on the floor, Thomas standing over her with something clutched in his hand, a syringe. "Everyone will believe you took your own life," he was saying. Fragile, melancholy Eleanor, who spoke of dark visions, and her voice is calling to her. Another shift. Thomas alone in the room, standing before the mirror, speaking words in a language I didn't recognize. The glass of the mirror rippling like water. And somehow, impossibly, Eleanor appearing in its depths, her face a mask of horror as she realized she was trapped. "An eternity to contemplate your betrayal," Thomas said, smiling thinly. "And a warning to any other who might cross me." The vision faded, and I was looking once more at Eleanor's face alone in the mirror. A single tear slid down her cheek as she mouthed two words, "Help me." Then the glass cracked, a spiderweb of fractures spreading from the center, and the mirror went dark, reflecting only the ceiling of the bedroom and my own horrified face staring down at it. I scrambled backward, my heart hammering against my ribs. This couldn't be happening. It wasn't possible. Yet the letter in my hand was real enough, the ink faded but the paper solid between my fingers. Eleanor Reynolds had been murdered by her husband, her death ruled as suicide. And somehow, through some dark ritual or curse, her spirit had been trapped in the mirror for 150 years. "Help us," she had said. Not me. Us. How many others had Thomas trapped in his cursed mirror? And what did they want from me? As if in answer, the lights in the bedroom began to flicker, and from somewhere deep within the house came the distant sound of weeping. What would you do if the boundary between past and present suddenly dissolved? If the dead could reach through time to touch you? I fled the master bedroom, Eleanor's letter clutched in my hand, my mind racing with what I'd witnessed. Logic warred with evidence of my own senses. As a historian, I dealt in facts, in documented events and tangible artifacts. But what I'd seen in the mirror defied rational explanation. The temperature in the hallway was normal, the air still. Yet as I descended the grand staircase, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end, and several times I whirled around, certain I would catch someone standing behind me. There was no one there. Only shadows cast by the morning light streaming through the stained glass windows. In the library, I spread Eleanor's letter on the desk and examined it more carefully. The date, August 10, 1875, was just 5 days before her reported death. I opened my laptop and began searching for information about Thomas Reynolds and his wife. Most sources repeated what I already knew. Thomas had been a successful businessman who built Thornwood as a symbol of his prosperity. Eleanor was described as delicate and high-strung, prone to nervous conditions, 19th century code for any woman who didn't conform to societal expectations. But in a digitized collection of local historical society documents, I found something more revealing, a photograph of Thomas and Eleanor Reynolds at a charity gala in 1874. My breath caught in my throat. The woman in the photograph was unmistakably the same one I'd seen in the mirror, her features delicate, her expression one of carefully concealed unhappiness as she stood beside her husband. Thomas Reynolds looked exactly as he had in my vision, tall and imposing with cold, calculating eyes. Even captured in the formality of a 19th century photograph, there was something predatory in his stance, in the way his hand gripped Eleanor's arm. I sat back, rubbing my eyes. This was evidence that the woman in the mirror was indeed Eleanor Reynolds. But it did nothing to explain how her spirit, if that's what it was, could be trapped in a mirror, or how the mirror could show me events from the past. A soft thud from upstairs interrupted my thoughts. Then another. Footsteps, moving across the floor of the master bedroom directly above the library. My mouth went dry. I was alone in the house, or I was supposed to be. The footsteps continued, crossing to what would be the location of the mirror, then stopping. Silence fell for several heartbeats. Then came a new sound, a slow, rhythmic scratching, like nails dragging across glass. Everything in me wanted to run, out of the house, down the driveway, away from Thornwood and its terrible secrets. But Eleanor's plea echoed in my mind, help us. Whatever was happening in this house had been going on for generations. If I left now, it would continue, perhaps for another 150 years. Taking a deep breath, I forced myself to return to the second floor. The scratching sound grew louder as I approached the master bedroom. I pushed open the door, half expecting to find the mirror restored to its place in the corner. Instead, it lay where I'd left it, face up on the floor. But the glass was no longer cracked. It was whole again, its surface rippling slightly, like the skin of a dark pond disturbed by underwater movement. And on the wall above where the mirror had originally stood were fresh scratches in the wallpaper, forming words. "He is coming." The scratching sound wasn't coming from the mirror but from the wall itself, invisible nails carving a new message even as I watched. At sunset, my legs nearly gave out. I sank onto the edge of the bed, unable to tear my eyes away from the wall. Who was coming? Thomas? But he had been dead for over a century. Then I remembered what Eleanor had written in her letter. There is something evil within it. Something that Thomas has brought into our home for a purpose I dare not contemplate. What if Thomas Reynolds hadn't simply trapped his wife's spirit in the mirror? What if he had made some sort of pact with whatever evil resided within it? A pact that somehow granted him power over death itself? The thought was ludicrous, a plot from a horror novel, not real life. Yet the evidence of the supernatural was literally written on the wall before me. I checked my watch. It was just past noon. I had hours before sunset. Time to learn more, to prepare. For what? I wasn't sure. I decided to examine the mirror more closely. Kneeling beside it, I studied the carvings on its frame. What I had initially taken for decorative patterns were actually figures engaged in some kind of ritual. They surrounded a central figure who appeared to be emerging from or entering into a reflective surface. The craftsmanship was remarkable, each tiny face expressing either ecstasy or agony. It was difficult to tell which. At the base of the frame was an inscription in what looked like Latin, Speculum Animarum, Mirror of Souls. As I leaned closer to examine the inscription, the surface of the glass began to change. No longer reflective, it darkened to an inky black. From its depths emerged images, fleeting at first, then more sustained. I saw faces I didn't recognize, men and women from different eras, all with the same expression of trapped horror that I'd seen on Eleanor's face. Then more recent figures appeared, a young man in 1920s attire, a middle-aged woman whose clothing suggested the 1940s, and finally, my great-uncle William, much younger than in the few photographs I'd seen of him. Each of them stood in this very room, looking into the mirror. Each of them reacted with initial curiosity, then growing fear. And behind each of them, eventually, appeared Thomas Reynolds, watching, calculating, patient. The images faded, and the mirror's surface returned to normal, reflecting only the ceiling and my own face hovering above it. But I had seen enough to understand. Thomas Reynolds had been using the mirror to maintain some kind of presence in Thornwood Manor across generations. And each owner of the house had somehow become his victim, their essence or spirit or soul, whatever you wanted to call it, trapped within the mirror alongside Eleanor and who knew how many others. I was next. The realization hit me with terrible clarity. Inheriting Thornwood hadn't been luck or coincidence. It had been part of Thomas's plan, a plan that had been unfolding for a century and a half. The temperature in the room plummeted again. My breath clouded in the air as the mirror's surface began to ripple more violently. A hand seemed to press against it from the other side, not Eleanor's delicate fingers but a man's hand, large and powerful. I scrambled backward just as the glass bulged outward, as if something was trying to push through from the other side. A crack appeared in the center of the mirror, then another. Not the spiderweb fracture I had seen earlier, but deliberate breaks, forming a pattern that resembled a doorway. A voice whispered through the room, deep and resonant with malicious humor. "I've been waiting for you, Professor." The last Reynolds. I ran. Down the stairs, through the foyer, out onto the gravel driveway. I didn't stop until I reached my car, fumbling with shaking hands to unlock it. Only then did I realize I still clutched Eleanor's letter. Sitting in my car, engine running but going nowhere, I tried to calm my racing thoughts. I could drive away now, find a hotel, never return to Thornwood. But what would happen when the sun set? Would Thomas Reynolds somehow complete his emergence from the mirror? Would he come looking for me? And what about Eleanor and the others trapped in the mirror? "Help us," she had begged. If I fled, I would be abandoning them to an eternity of imprisonment. I couldn't leave. Not yet. I needed to understand what I was dealing with. If Thomas Reynolds had used some kind of ritual or curse to bind spirits to the mirror and preserve his own existence, there had to be information about it somewhere. I drove to the local historical society, which occupied a small Victorian house in the town center. The elderly curator seemed delighted to have a visitor, especially one researching Thornwood Manor. "We don't get many academics interested in our little corner of history," she said, leading me to a cramped research room lined with filing cabinets. "What exactly are you looking for?" "Information about Thomas Reynolds," I replied. "Specifically, any unusual interests he might have had. Occult practices, rare artifacts, that sort of thing." She gave me an odd look but didn't question my request. "There are some personal papers in the Reynolds collection. Business correspondence, mostly, but also some letters and journals. They haven't been fully cataloged, I'm afraid." For the next several hours, I pored over the materials she brought me. Most were indeed mundane: shipping manifests, business contracts, social invitations. But in a small leather-bound journal dated 1872, I found what I was looking for. Thomas Reynolds had traveled extensively in China during his early business career. According to his journal, he had become obsessed with a legend he heard from a local mystic in a remote village, a story about a mirror that could capture souls and grant its owner power over death itself. The journal described his search for this artifact, his growing conviction that it was real, and finally, his triumph in acquiring it from a temple at considerable expense and some regrettable violence. The final entry, written shortly after his return to America with the mirror, contained a detailed description of a ritual he planned to perform, a ritual that would bind his consciousness to the mirror and allow him to transcend the limitations of mortal flesh. I checked my watch. The sun was already low in the sky. I had perhaps an hour before sunset. Thanking the curator, I raced back to my car. On impulse, I stopped at a local antique store on the way and purchased a hammer, solid and heavy in my hand. I wasn't sure what I planned to do with it, but I knew I couldn't face whatever was coming empty-handed. As I pulled up to Thornwood Manor, long shadows stretched across the lawn. The setting sun painted the windows blood red, giving the house an even more sinister appearance. Inside, the air felt charged, as if a thunderstorm was brewing indoors. I made my way cautiously up to the master bedroom, hammer gripped tightly in my sweat-slicked palm. The mirror was no longer on the floor. It had somehow been restored to its original position in the corner of the room. Its surface was completely black now, absorbing what little light remained rather than reflecting it. And etched in frost on the surface of the glass was a message. "Welcome home, Professor. It's time to join your family." As the last ray of sunlight disappeared beyond the horizon, the mirror began to glow with an inner light. The carved figures on its frame seemed to writhe and move in my peripheral vision. And from the depths of the glass emerged a face I had hoped never to see in person, Thomas Reynolds, his eyes alight with malevolent triumph, his lips curved in a smile that contained no warmth. "The circle closes tonight," he said, his voice echoing as if from a great distance. "The last Reynolds returns to Thornwood, and the mirror claims its final prize." He began to step forward, through the glass that parted like a curtain before him. One hand emerged, then a shoulder, then half his torso, a grotesque birth from the womb of the mirror. I raised the hammer, ready to strike at either Thomas or the mirror, though I had no idea if either action would have any effect. But before I could move, a pale hand shot out from the darkness behind Thomas, gripping his arm. Eleanor's face appeared beside his, no longer pleading but fierce with determination. "Not this time, Thomas," she said. And then, looking directly at me, "Break it now, while we hold him." Other faces materialized in the mirror, all the souls Thomas had collected over the decades, all now straining to hold him back from fully entering our world. I didn't hesitate. With all my strength, I swung the hammer at the center of the mirror, where Thomas was half emerged. The glass shattered with a sound like 1,000 screams. A blast of frigid air knocked me backward onto the floor, momentarily blinding me. When my vision cleared, the mirror was in pieces, its ornate frame cracked and splintered. There was no sign of Thomas Reynolds or any of the other spirits I had seen. Only shards of glass scattered across the hardwood floor, each reflecting a fragment of the empty room. I lay there panting, waiting for something more to happen, for Thomas to somehow reconstitute himself from the broken pieces, for Eleanor to appear and thank me for freeing her. But there was nothing. Only the ticking of the mantel clock and my own ragged breathing. Had I succeeded in destroying the curse, in freeing the trapped souls? Or had I simply released something terrible into the world? As night fell completely and darkness enveloped Thornwood Manor, I had no way of knowing what consequences my actions would bring. All I knew was that somewhere, in the space between mirrors and reality, Thomas Reynolds was waiting. And the night was just beginning. Do you know what it feels like when reality fractures around you? When the line between sanity and madness becomes as fragile as splintered glass? The broken mirror lay scattered across the floor, hundreds of jagged pieces reflecting the dim light of the bedroom. My hands were bleeding. I didn't remember cutting them, but crimson droplets fell onto the hardwood floor as I knelt among the shards, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Had I truly seen Thomas Reynolds emerging from the mirror? Had Eleanor and the other trapped souls helped me stop him? Or was I experiencing some kind of psychotic break, inventing elaborate fantasies to explain what was essentially just an old house with creaky floors and drafty rooms? I picked up one of the larger fragments of glass, examining my distorted reflection in its surface. For a moment, I thought I saw someone else looking back at me, not Thomas or Eleanor, but my great-uncle William, his eyes filled with warning. The shards slipped from my bloody fingers, landing with a soft clink among the others. I needed to clean up this mess, bandage my hands, and try to think rationally about my next steps. If the danger was over, I could stay at Thornwood and continue my research. If not, a soft, rhythmic tapping interrupted my thoughts. It was coming from all around me, from every fragment of the mirror, as if someone was gently knocking on the other side of each piece of glass. My heart began to race again. The temperature in the room dropped, my breath clouding in the suddenly frigid air. The tapping grew louder, more insistent. And then, before my eyes, the fragments of glass began to move. Slowly at first, then with gathering speed, the shards slid across the floor, drawn toward one another as if magnetized. I scrambled backward, pressing myself against the wall as the pieces reassembled themselves like a macabre puzzle, rising from the floor to hover in midair. They didn't form the original mirror, but something new, a swirling vortex of reflective fragments, each showing a different scene, a different time. In one, I saw Eleanor at her dressing table. In another, my great-uncle walking the halls of Thornwood. In a third, Thomas Reynolds performing some kind of ritual before the unbroken mirror. The fragments began to rotate, spinning faster and faster until they blurred into a whirlwind of glass and reflected light. From within this tornado came a voice, not Thomas's deep, commanding tone, but Eleanor's, urgent and strained. "It's not over," she said. "Breaking the mirror doesn't destroy it. It only releases what's inside." A different fragment moved to the center of the vortex, showing me the face of my great-uncle. "He's fragmented now," William said, his voice older and wearier than Eleanor's. "Parts of him in each piece of the mirror. He'll try to reform, to make himself whole again. How do I stop him?" I asked, hardly believing I was having a conversation with shards of a broken mirror. A dozen fragments responded at once, voices overlapping in a disorienting chorus of warnings and instructions. I could make out only fragments: the journal, his remains, midnight, the basement. Then, abruptly, the vortex collapsed. The shards of glass fell to the floor with a cacophonous crash, once again inert and seemingly ordinary. But the message had been clear enough. Thomas Reynolds wasn't gone, he was divided, fragmented like the mirror itself. And somehow, I needed to prevent him from becoming whole again. I bound my cut hands with strips torn from a pillowcase, then gathered as many of the mirror fragments as I could, placing them in a wooden box I found in the closet. I couldn't risk leaving them free to reassemble themselves again. The mention of the journal made me think of Thomas's leather-bound diary I'd found at the Historical Society. But they had also mentioned the basement. I realized with a chill that in my tour of Thornwood Manor, Margaret hadn't shown me any basement or cellar. With the box of mirror fragments tucked under my arm, I went downstairs and began searching for an entrance to a lower level. In the kitchen, behind a pantry shelf that swung outward when pressed in the right spot, I found a narrow door. It opened to reveal a steep stone staircase descending into darkness. Using my phone's flashlight, I made my way carefully down the worn steps. The air grew colder and damper as I descended, carrying the musty scent of earth and decay. At the bottom, I found myself in a low-ceilinged space with rough stone walls, clearly much older than the rest of the house. The basement was larger than I expected, stretching beneath the entire footprint of the manor. My phone's flashlight illuminated rough stone walls covered in centuries of soot and moisture. Along one wall stood tall wine racks, mostly empty save for a few dust-covered bottles. Opposite them were shelves filled with crumbling cardboard boxes and tarnished silver serving pieces. But it was what occupied the center of the room that made my blood run cold. A perfect circle had been etched into the stone floor, its circumference marked with strange symbols that resembled those carved into the mirror's frame. At 5 points around the circle stood iron candle holders, each bearing a black candle burned down to varying heights. And in the center of the circle lay a simple wooden table, its surface stained dark with what I desperately hoped was not blood. On the table sat a familiar leather-bound journal, identical to the one I'd found at the Historical Society, except this one was newer, its leather less cracked with age. Next to it was a small wooden box, ornately carved with the same grotesque figures that decorated the mirror's frame. I approached cautiously, careful not to step within the circle etched into the floor. Using a pencil from my pocket, I nudged the journal open to its first page. T. Reynolds, 1897. This wasn't the same journal I'd seen earlier, This one had been written 22 years after Thomas Reynolds had supposedly died. I flipped through the pages, the pencil trembling in my hand. The entries detailed rituals performed in this very basement, each one designed to strengthen Thomas's connection to the mirror and extend his influence over Thornwood's inhabitants. The final entry was dated only 2 weeks before my great-uncle William's death. The preparations are complete. The last Reynolds has been identified and arrangements made for his inheritance of Thornwood. With his arrival, the cycle will close. The mirror will have its final soul, and I will be complete. A chill ran down my spine. Thomas Reynolds had been planning my arrival for decades, perhaps longer. The accident that had claimed my parents when I was a child, leaving me as the last living Reynolds, had that been part of his plan as well? My attention turned to the carved box. I hesitated, then carefully lifted the lid. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, lay a silver key and a folded piece of paper. The paper contained a diagram of the manor's second floor, with an X marked on a section of wall in the master bedroom. The meaning was clear. Something was hidden in that wall, something Thomas Reynolds had secured with this key. Something related to the mirror and the curse that had trapped so many souls. A sudden, violent shaking of the box containing the mirror fragments nearly caused me to drop it. I looked down in horror as the lid began to lift of its own accord, pushed from within by the shards of glass struggling to escape. With no time to examine the rest of the basement's secrets, I grabbed the journal, the carved box, and raced back up the stone stairs, slamming the door behind me just as the house began to tremble. Picture frames rattled against walls. Books tumbled from shelves. The chandelier in the foyer swayed dangerously. "He's trying to reform," I whispered, remembering the voices from the mirror fragments. Thomas Reynolds was gathering his strength, pulling his fragmented consciousness back together. I needed to find whatever was hidden in the bedroom wall before he succeeded. Back in the master bedroom, I studied the diagram carefully. The X marked a spot beside the fireplace. I ran my hands over the wood paneling, feeling for any irregularity, any hidden catch or lever. There, a slight depression in one of the ornamental rosettes. When I pressed it, a small panel slid open, revealing a narrow compartment. Inside was a metal strongbox, its keel a perfect match for the silver key I'd found in the basement. The house shook again, more violently this time. From the box under my arm came the sound of glass moving, scratching against wood as the fragments tried to organize themselves. I had minutes at most before Thomas Reynolds managed to reassemble both himself and the mirror. I clutched the journal in my bloody hand. "He did," I said, though I wasn't certain. I hadn't had time to find the right page, to verify that the reversal ritual was indeed contained within. Thomas smiled, a cold, knowing smile. "You're bluffing. The journal contains my rituals, not their reversals. William never knew how to break the curse. None of them did." Midnight struck. The candles flared higher, their blue flames nearly reaching the ceiling. Thomas's form solidified completely, and he took a step toward me, his hand outstretched. "Give me the stone," he said. "Accept your place in the cycle. It will be easier that way." From within the vortex of glass came a chorus of voices, all the souls trapped over the decades, calling out to me. "Don't listen. Complete the circle. We'll help you." Eleanor's face appeared briefly within the spinning glass. "The words are in your blood," she said urgently. "The last Reynolds has the power to end this. Speak from your heart." Thomas lunged for me, but I dodged to the side, making a desperate dive for the final point of the circle. I slammed the last stone into place just as his hand closed around my ankle. The effect was instantaneous. A beam of blinding white light shot from each stone, connecting at the center of the circle where the box of mirror fragments lay. Thomas was thrown backward, his grip on me broken. He howled in rage and pain as his form began to dissolve at the edges. I had no idea what words to speak, what incantation would reverse the century-old curse. But Eleanor had said they were in my blood. As the last Reynolds, I carried within me the power to end this, if only I could find the right words. Acting on instinct, I pressed my bleeding palm against the nearest stone and spoke from my heart. By blood and stone, by time and glass, I break the cycle Thomas Reynolds has cast. Release the souls you've wrongly held, return to dust what once rebelled. The mirror's curse ends here tonight, with the last Reynolds setting things right. The words seemed to come from somewhere deep inside me, from the Reynolds blood that had unwittingly perpetuated this curse for generations. As I spoke, the light connecting the 5 stones grew brighter, forming a dome of pure energy over the circle. Thomas Reynolds screamed, a sound of pure hatred and fear. He lunged toward me again, but an invisible barrier kept him within the circle. His form began to unravel, dissolving into wisps of shadow that were drawn inexorably back toward the vortex of mirror fragments. This isn't over, he raged as his body disintegrated. A Reynolds began this. Only a Reynolds can truly end it. The vortex of glass spun faster, becoming a blinding column of light that stretched from floor to ceiling. Within it, I caught glimpses of faces, Eleanor, my great-uncle William, and dozens of others, their expressions changing from anguish to hope as the ritual took effect. A high-pitched whine filled the air, building in intensity until I had to cover my ears. The light from the circle grew unbearably bright. I closed my eyes, but the light seemed to penetrate my eyelids, searing into my brain. Then came an explosion of sound and energy that knocked me off my feet. I hit the stone wall hard, the breath driven from my lungs. For a moment, everything went black. When I came to, the basement was quiet. The ritual circle was empty, the 5 stones reduced to dust. The box that had contained the mirror fragments was charred and broken, but of the glass itself, there was no sign. Had I succeeded? Had the souls trapped in the mirror finally been released? Had Thomas Reynolds been destroyed? As I struggled to my feet, a figure materialized before me, not solid like Thomas had been, but translucent and glowing with a soft inner light. Eleanor Reynolds, dressed in her Victorian finery, her face peaceful for the first time since I'd seen her. "You did it," she said, her voice like a whisper on the wind. "The curse is broken. We're free." Behind her appeared other figures, the souls I'd glimpsed in the mirror, including my great-uncle William. They stood in a semicircle, watching me with expressions of gratitude and farewell. "Thomas?" I asked, looking around for any sign of the malevolent force that had orchestrated this centuries-long tragedy. "Gone," William said. "Returned to dust, as all things eventually must." He used the mirror to cheat death, to extend his existence beyond its natural span. But in the end, even he couldn't escape his fate forever. "What happens now?" I asked. Eleanor smiled. "Now we move on to whatever waits beyond this world. And you must finish what you started," William completed her thought. "Thornwood has been a house of shadows for too long. It's time for it to stand in the light again." One by one, the spirits began to fade, their forms growing fainter until only Eleanor remained. She reached out as if to touch my face, her hand passing through me with a sensation like a cool breeze. "Thank you," she whispered. "Live well in the house you've reclaimed." And then she too was gone, leaving me alone in the basement of Thornwood Manor, a house that suddenly felt lighter, its oppressive atmosphere lifted after a century and a half of darkness. I made my way wearily up the stairs, emerging into a kitchen that seemed somehow brighter, though nothing had physically changed. Dawn was breaking outside, sending shafts of golden light through the windows. Thornwood Manor was just a house now, an old, historic, valuable house, but no longer a prison for trapped souls or the domain of a malevolent spirit. It was mine, truly mine, to do with as I pleased. As I stood in the grand foyer, looking up at the sweeping staircase, I felt a sense of responsibility settle on my shoulders. I would restore this place, not just physically but spiritually. I would research its true history, document the lives of those who had been silenced by Thomas Reynolds' evil. I would ensure that Eleanor's story was told, that all their stories were told. But first, I needed medical attention for my numerous cuts, a strong cup of coffee, and possibly a very stiff drink. I had survived a night in Thornwood Manor and broken a curse that had endured for generations. The rest, the research, the restoration, the reclamation of my family's legacy could wait until tomorrow. For now, it was enough to stand in the morning light and feel the house breathing around me, free at last from its long nightmare. Free, as we all were now, to face whatever the future might bring. Is there truly such a thing as an ending? Or are endings simply new beginnings disguised as conclusions? 1 year had passed since that night in the basement of Thornwood Manor. 1 year since I'd broken the curse that had held Eleanor Reynolds and countless others captive for generations. 1 year since I'd faced Thomas Reynolds and somehow lived to tell the tale. Not that I had told anyone. Who would believe me? A haunted mirror that trapped souls? A centuries-old spirit manipulating events to ensure his continued existence? It sounded like the plot of a horror novel, not something that could happen in the real world. Yet it had happened. The scars on my hands and arms were proof enough. Thin white lines were mirror fragments that sliced into my skin as I fought to complete the ritual circle. And there were other proofs as well, more subtle but no less convincing. The basement of Thornwood Manor, for instance. After that night, I'd gone back down those stone steps expecting to find the ritual circle, the dust of the 5 foundation stones, the charred remains of the box that had contained the mirror fragments. Instead, I'd found a perfectly ordinary cellar, stone walls, earth floor, a few old wine racks, and shelves of forgotten household items. No circle etched into the floor. No evidence of candles or ritual implements. It was as if the space had been reset to what it should have been all along, freed from Thomas Reynolds' influence. And then there were the dreams. Not nightmares, as one might expect after such an ordeal, but peaceful dreams filled with gratitude. In them, Eleanor and the others would visit me, not speaking, just smiling, their forms radiant with a light that seemed to come from within. I would wake from these dreams feeling refreshed rather than frightened, as if they were somehow helping me heal. During the day, I'd thrown myself into my research. The book I'd been planning to write about Victorian domestic spaces had evolved into something far more specific, a detailed history of Thornwood Manor and the Reynolds family. I spent hours in archives and libraries, piecing together the truth that had been obscured by Thomas's manipulations. What I discovered was both fascinating and disturbing. Thomas Reynolds had indeed been a shipping magnate, but his fortune had been built on opium smuggling and exploitation. His business rivals had a habit of disappearing or dying in mysterious circumstances. And his interest in the occult had begun long before his trip to China. As a young man, he'd been involved with a secret society in London that practiced dark rituals designed to extend life and accumulate power. Eleanor had been his second wife, 20 years his junior. His first wife had died under circumstances strikingly similar to what would later be reported as Eleanor's suicide. The letter I'd found behind the mirror confirmed what I'd already suspected. Eleanor had been planning to leave Thomas, and he had murdered her rather than allow her to escape. What the historical record couldn't tell me was how Thomas had discovered the mirror's power or exactly what ritual he had performed to bind himself and his victims to it. Those secrets had died with him or been destroyed when I completed the reversal ritual. Throughout my research, I'd kept the master bedroom exactly as it had been, but I now slept in a different room. The space where the mirror had stood remained empty, the wallpaper behind it still bearing those scratched warnings. He is coming. At sunset. I'd considered painting over them or replacing the wallpaper entirely, but something stopped me. Those scratches were evidence of what had happened, a reminder that I hadn't imagined at all. Besides, the house seemed to want to keep them. Every time I mentioned to contractors the possibility of renovating that room, unexpected obstacles arose. Scheduling conflicts. Supply issues. One painter had even developed a sudden, inexplicable allergy to his own materials. Thornwood was allowing me to restore the rest of it, though. Over the course of the year, I've replaced the ancient wiring, updated the plumbing, and refinished the hardwood floors. I'd cleaned the stained glass windows until they glowed with jewel-like brilliance when the sun hit them just right. I'd even restored the gardens, hiring a landscape architect to recreate the formal Victorian design based on old photographs I'd found in the Historical Society's archives. The result was a house transformed, still historic, still grand, but no longer oppressive. Visitors remarked on its good energy and peaceful atmosphere, not knowing how hard won that peace had been. Margaret Evans, the estate agent who had first shown me the property, had become a friend over the course of the year. She'd helped me find reliable contractors and had even introduced me to her nephew, a talented woodworker who had repaired some of the more damaged architectural elements of the house. She stopped by on the anniversary of my arrival at Thornwood, bearing a bottle of champagne and a curious expression. "Something to celebrate your first year as Lord of the Manor," she said, handing me the bottle as she stepped into the foyer. "Though I must say, I hardly recognize the place. You've worked wonders." "Not just me," I said, leading her toward the library, where I'd set up a comfortable sitting area with leather armchairs flanking the fireplace. "I had a lot of help. Still, most academics I know would have been content to live with the house as it was, quirks and all. You've approached it with such, I don't know, purpose." I smiled. "I suppose I have. The house deserved better than it had gotten over the years." She settled into one of the armchairs while I opened the champagne and poured 2 glasses. "That's an interesting way to put it, that the house deserved better. Almost as if it's a living thing." I handed her a glass, wondering how much I could say without sounding like I'd lost my mind. "Old houses have personalities," I offered cautiously. "Anyone who's lived in one knows that." "True enough." She sipped her champagne, studying me over the rim of her glass. "I never told you this, but I was surprised when you decided to stay. That first day, when I showed you around, you seemed unsettled. I had the distinct impression you might put the place right back on the market." I laughed. I'd be lying if I said the thought hadn't crossed my mind. "What changed?" I hesitated, searching for words that would convey truth without revealing too much. "I learned more about the house's history, about the people who lived here. I felt a responsibility toward them, I suppose. To acknowledge what happened here and to make it right, in whatever small way I could." Margaret nodded slowly. "That matches something I found last week. I was going through some old files at the office, and I came across additional paperwork related to your inheritance." She reached into her bag and pulled out a yellowed envelope. "This was supposed to be given to you with the keys, but somehow it got misfiled. I'm embarrassed it took so long to reach you." I took the envelope, my heart racing. My name was written on the front in a spidery hand I recognized from the letter I'd found in a strong box, my great-uncle William's writing. "Thank you," I said, setting it aside rather than opening it immediately. Whatever it contained, I sensed it wasn't meant for shared reading. Margaret seemed to understand. She finished her champagne and rose to leave. "I won't keep you. I just wanted to check in and make sure you'd survived your first year at Thornwood." "More than survived," I assured her. "The house and I have come to an understanding." She paused at the door. "You know, William used to say something similar. That Thornwood had a will of its own, and the best one could do was negotiate with it rather than try to impose one's own vision." She smiled. "I thought it was just the fanciful talk of an old man. Now I'm not so sure." After she left, I returned to the library and stared at the envelope for a long moment before finally opening it. Inside was a single sheet of paper, the same stationery William had used for the letter in the strong box. To my heir. "If you are reading this, then two things are true. You have survived your first encounter with Thornwood's secret, and you have chosen to stay despite what you discovered. I did the same many years ago. I fought the influence of Thomas Reynolds and the mirror with every ounce of strength I possessed. I tried to break the curse multiple times over the decades. Each attempt weakened him but never destroyed him completely. By now, you will have likely tried your own method of breaking the curse. Perhaps you succeeded where I failed. I hope so. But I must warn you, Thomas Reynolds was resourceful and determined. He would have prepared for the possibility of the mirror being destroyed. Check the attic. In the northeast corner, beneath the floorboard marked with a cross, you'll find a small silver hand mirror. It is the last fragment of the original, separated and hidden decades ago as insurance against the mirror's destruction. I could never bring myself to destroy it, for fear of releasing whatever remnant of Thomas it might contain. But now that responsibility falls to you, as it does to each Reynolds heir in turn. Be vigilant. Be brave. And know that you are not alone in your struggle. With hope and faith, William Reynolds." My blood ran cold. A fragment of the original mirror, hidden in the attic all this time? Had my great-uncle's warning arrived too late? Had I been living for a year with a piece of Thomas Reynolds' cursed mirror still in the house? I practically ran up the stairs to the third floor, then up the narrow steps that led to the attic. I'd been up here before, of course, cataloging the furniture and trunks stored beneath dusty sheets. But I hadn't paid particular attention to the floor itself. Now, moving slowly and methodically, I examined the wide wooden planks. In the northeast corner, partially hidden beneath a steamer trunk, I found it, a floorboard marked with a small cross carved into the wood. My hands trembled as I moved the trunk and pried up the board. In the space beneath was a small package wrapped in black velvet and tied with silver cord. I hesitated, then carefully lifted it out and unwrapped it. The hand mirror was small but exquisitely crafted, its silver frame decorated with the same grotesque figures that had adorned the full-length mirror. The glass was cloudy with age but intact. As I held it, the surface seemed to shift, clearing until it reflected not my face but a familiar room, the master bedroom at Thornwood, from the perspective of where the full-length mirror had stood. The angle was such that I could see the empty wall with its scratched warnings, but also the doorway and part of the hallway beyond. I watched, transfixed, as a figure moved into view, myself, walking past the open door, unaware of being observed. It was me from that very morning, wearing the same clothes I had on now. The mirror had been watching me all year. Which meant Thomas Reynolds, or some part of him, had been watching too. My first instinct was to smash the mirror, but I remembered what had happened the last time I tried that approach. Breaking the glass had only released what was contained within it. I needed to be smarter this time. I rewrapped the mirror in its velvet cloth and carried it down to the library. There, in the books I'd collected during my year of research, was a volume on protective rituals and binding spells, not the dark rituals Thomas had performed, but older, simpler magics designed to contain malevolent forces. For 3 days, I prepared. I gathered herbs and stones with protective properties. I created a smaller version of the ritual circle I'd formed in the basement, this one established on the grounds of Thornwood, beneath the oldest oak tree on the property. I studied the reversal spell I'd spontaneously created a year ago, refining it, strengthening it with what I now understood about the nature of the curse. On the third night, under a new moon that left the sky black and star-filled, I placed the wrapped mirror in the center of my circle. I lit candles at the 5 points, each a different color corresponding to an element: black for earth, white for air, red for fire, blue for water, and green for spirit. Then I began the ritual, speaking words of binding and banishment, of cleansing and release. I called upon the same power that had flowed through me that night in the basement, the power of the Reynolds bloodline, which Thomas had sought to corrupt but which now would be used to end his influence once and for all. The air around the circle began to shimmer. The velvet cloth covering the mirror lifted away as if caught in a breeze, though the night was still. The mirror itself rose to hover at a level. Its surface rippled, and within it appeared Thomas Reynolds, or what remained of him. His form was tattered and incomplete, like a reflection in troubled water. His eyes, however, were as cold and calculating as ever. "The last Reynolds," he said, his voice thin and distant. "You think you've won, don't you? That you've reclaimed Thornwood and freed it from my influence?" "I have," I replied, standing firm outside the circle. "The curse is broken. Eleanor and the others are free." He smiled, a terrible, empty smile. "But I remain. As long as a single piece of the mirror exists, so do I. And there are other pieces scattered across the world. You'll never find them all." "Perhaps not," I acknowledged. "But I've found this one, and I'm going to ensure it can never harm anyone again." I reached into my pocket and withdrew the final element of my ritual, a small silk bag containing dust I collected from the 5 points of the original circle in the basement, mixed with earth from the graves of Eleanor Reynolds and my great-uncle William. I opened the bag and scattered its contents over the hovering mirror. "By dust and earth, by blood and bone, I bind this fragment, make it known, I intoned. No soul shall it trap, no life shall it take. The cycle is broken, the curse I unmake." Thomas's image in the mirror began to distort, his features melting and reforming as he struggled against the binding. "You cannot destroy me," he raged. "I am Thomas Reynolds. I conquered death itself." "You didn't conquer death," I said quietly. "You just delayed it. And now your time has come." I completed the ritual, speaking the final words of binding and release. The mirror began to glow, not with the cold light it had emitted before, but with a warm golden radiance that suffused the entire circle. Thomas's image faded, replaced by another, Eleanor Reynolds, her expression peaceful and resolute. "Thank you," she said, her voice clear now, no longer a desperate whisper. "We're truly free now. All of us." Behind her appeared others, my great-uncle William, the young man in 1920s clothing, the woman from the 1940s, and more faces I didn't recognize but somehow knew were connected to Thornwood. Is this really the end? I asked. Thomas said there were other fragments. Eleanor smiled. There were, but they'd been found and destroyed over the years. This was the last, the one William couldn't bring himself to face. With it gone, Thomas Reynolds will finally be consigned to history, where he belongs. And you? Where will you go now? On, she said simply. To whatever comes next. But we'll remember what you did here. How you finished what William started. One by one, the figures faded from the mirror's surface until only Eleanor remained. She raised her hand in farewell, and then she too was gone. The mirror hung suspended for a moment longer, then slowly descended to rest on the ground. When I picked it up, it was just a mirror, tarnished silver and cloudy glass, reflecting nothing but my own face in the candlelight. I buried it at the base of the oak tree, beneath the ritual circle, marking the spot with a small stone engraved with a single word, peace. In the year that followed, Thornwood Manor truly became my home. I finished my book, a comprehensive history of the house and its inhabitants that told the truth about Thomas Reynolds and honored the memory of Eleanor and the others who had suffered under his curse. I never saw another ghost at Thornwood. Never experienced another supernatural phenomenon. The scratches on the wall in the master bedroom faded with time, becoming barely visible unless you knew exactly where to look. But sometimes, in dreams, I would return to that night in the basement. In these dreams, Eleanor would take my hand and lead me through the house, showing me Thornwood as it had been when she was alive, bright and beautiful, filled with light and laughter. It can be this way again, she would say. You've given us all a second chance, the house included. And I would wake with tears on my face but a lightness in my heart, knowing that I had indeed broken the curse of Thornwood Manor. The past had been acknowledged, the wrongs set right. The house and I could move forward unburdened by the weight of Thomas Reynolds' evil. As for the mirror, the cursed mirror of the past, its fragments were scattered and powerless now, unable to reflect anything but ordinary reality. Its dark magic was gone, replaced by the simple truth that the past never truly dies. It lives on in memory, in history, in the stories we tell and the lessons we learn. And sometimes, if we're brave enough to face it, the past can be healed. Not forgotten, but reconciled. Not erased, but understood. That was the true legacy of Thornwood Manor, not a curse to be feared, but a history to be honored. A reflection not of darkness, but of the light that eventually overcomes it. What is it about the sound of a bell that seems to reach beyond our world into another? I never should have taken the job at St. Augustine's. The old church sat perched on the edge of Blackwater Ridge, overlooking the town like a watchful sentinel. Its weathered stone facade and single bell tower had stood for over 200 years, bearing witness to the sins and secrets of generations. Most locals avoided the place. They said the ground beneath it was unhallowed, despite the crosses that adorned its ancient walls. But I needed the money, and the caretaker position seemed straightforward enough. Clean the pews, trim the graveyard hedges, basic maintenance. Nothing in Father Mitchell's description mentioned the bell, the massive bronze monstrosity that hung in the tower, its surface etched with symbols I couldn't decipher. It hasn't rung in decades, Father Mitchell had assured me during my interview, his aged fingers nervously adjusting his clerical collar. The mechanism rusted through sometime in the 50s. Nobody's bothered to fix it. That first week passed uneventfully. I settled into a routine, finding comfort in the mundane tasks that filled my days. The church remained silent except for the occasional creak of ancient wood and the whisper of draft through stained glass windows. During daylight hours, I almost enjoyed the solitude. Nights were different. Alone in the caretaker's cottage adjacent to the churchyard, I'd wake to strange sounds, scratching at my window, footsteps in the hall when I knew I was alone. I blamed it on wind, on the settling of old buildings, on my imagination working overtime in new surroundings. Until Thursday night. I jolted awake at 3:14 in the morning. Not to scratching or footsteps, but to the deep, resonant toll of a bell. Bong. The sound vibrated through my chest, impossibly loud. I sat upright, heart racing, wondering if I dreamed it. Bong. No. That was real. I scrambled for my phone, checking the time. 3:15 now. Who would be ringing the church bell at this hour? More importantly, how were they ringing it? The mechanism was broken, the rope long since rotted away. Bong. 3 tolls. Like a funeral knell. I pulled on my boots and coat over my pajamas and grabbed my flashlight. The October air bit at my exposed skin as I stepped outside, casting my light toward the church. The bell tower loomed black against the night sky. Silent now. Had someone broken in? Teenagers playing a prank, perhaps? I needed to check. It was my job, after all. Yet something inside me screamed to go back inside, to lock the door and wait for daylight. I ignored that voice. The gravel path crunched beneath my feet as I approached the church. Moonlight filtered through scattered clouds, casting shifting shadows across tombstones. Had that angel statue always been facing that direction? I could have sworn it looked toward the gate yesterday. The massive oak door creaked as I pushed it open. The beam of my flashlight cut through the darkness, illuminating floating dust motes and the empty nave beyond. Hello? My voice echoed. Is anyone here? Silence answered. The door to the bell tower was at the back of the church, past the altar. I walked down the center aisle, my footsteps echoing against stone. The air felt heavier inside, colder than outside despite the shelter from wind. Something tickled the back of my neck, a spider web, I told myself, brushing it away. Not ghostly fingers. Not a warning. The door to the bell tower stood slightly ajar. I hesitated, my hand trembling as I raised the flashlight. The beam revealed the first few steps of a narrow spiral staircase winding upward into darkness. Hello? I called again, louder this time. The church is closed. You need to leave. Was that a whisper in response? A soft murmur of voices from above? Or just the wind finding its way through cracks in the ancient stonework? I placed my foot on the first step. The wood groaned beneath my weight. Another step. Another. With each turn of the spiral, the air grew colder, my breath forming visible clouds in the beam of my flashlight. Halfway up, I heard it, a rhythmic scraping sound from above. Metal against metal, slow and deliberate. I froze, listening. The sound stopped, replaced by something else. Something like breathing, ragged and wet. My rational mind offered explanations, an animal trapped in the tower, wind through a broken window, pipes expanding and contracting. But deep down, I knew better. There was something waiting for me up there. Something that had called me with 3 tolls of a bell that shouldn't ring. I almost turned back. Should have turned back. But curiosity or foolishness drove me forward, up the final curve of the staircase until I reached the bell chamber. The massive bronze bell hung in the center, illuminated by moonlight streaming through arched windows. It was still, motionless, and beneath it stood a figure. My flashlight flickered, then died, leaving me with only the pale moonlight. The figure remained motionless, back turned to me, dressed in what looked like old-fashioned clergy robes. Not Father Mitchell, this person was taller, broader. "Excuse me," I managed, my voice barely above a whisper. "The church is closed." The figure began to turn, moving with unnatural slowness. I caught a glimpse of pale, bloodless hands, fingers unnaturally long. A smell hit me, mildew and wet earth and something metallic, like old pennies. My flashlight suddenly came back to life, being pointed directly at where the figure had stood. There was no one there. But the bell began to swing, slowly at first, then building momentum. Bong! The sound hit me like a physical force. I stumbled back against the wall. Bong! My flashlight revealed symbols carved into the bell's surface, glowing with a faint blue light. Bong! 3 tolls. Like before. The bell slowed, then stopped, leaving an unnatural silence in its wake. Something dripped onto my shoulder. Warm. I raised my flashlight. Words glistened on the ceiling above, written in what could only be blood. "They are coming back." I ran. Down the spiral stairs, through the church, across the graveyard. I didn't stop until I was locked inside the caretaker's cottage, furniture pushed against the door, curtains drawn. I told myself I would leave in the morning, pack my things and never return. But as dawn broke and pale light filtered through my windows, Father Mitchell arrived with troubling news. "There's been an accident," he said, his face ashen. "Thomas Gardner fell from the quarry cliff last night. They found his body this morning." Thomas Gardner. The name meant nothing to me. "He was the bell ringer here," Father Mitchell continued, 50 years ago, before the mechanism broke. The last one we ever had." My blood ran cold. "When exactly did he die?" Father Mitchell checked his watch. "They estimate around 3:15 this morning. Outside, in the distance, I could swear I heard the faint toll of a bell." Can the dead speak to us through objects they once touched, or are we simply hearing echoes of our own fears? Sleep eluded me after learning about Thomas Gardner's death. The coincidence was too perfect, the bell tolling at the exact moment of his passing. By morning, I'd convinced myself there had to be a rational explanation. Perhaps the old mechanism wasn't as broken as Father Mitchell believed. Perhaps wind had somehow moved the bell. Perhaps I'd been sleepwalking, dreaming the entire episode. But I couldn't explain away the words on the ceiling. When I returned to the bell tower that afternoon, flashlight in hand and heart in throat, the blood was gone. Not cleaned away, there wasn't even a stain. It was as if the words had never existed. I needed to know more about Thomas Gardner and the bell. The church records were kept in a small room off the vestry, decades of parish history stacked in leather-bound volumes and manila folders. Father Mitchell gave me permission to look through them, though his expression suggested he thought I was wasting my time. "Bell's just an old bell," he said with a shrug that didn't quite convince either of us. "Cast in 1796. Nothing special about it." The archive room smelled of dust and old paper. Afternoon sunlight filtered through a narrow window, illuminating dancing dust motes and golden shafts. I began with the most recent records, working backward through the years of St. Augustine's history. The work was tedious but absorbing enough that I almost forgot my fear. Until I heard humming. It was faint at first, a woman's voice, melodic and sweet, coming from somewhere behind the shelves. I froze, listening. The tune was familiar yet strange, like a folk song I'd heard once and mostly forgotten. "Hello?" I called out. "Is someone there?" The humming stopped abruptly. Silence pressed against my ears. "Father Mitchell?" I tried again. Nothing. I stood, moving cautiously around the edge of the shelves. The small room was empty save for me and the dust-covered records. As I turned to go back to my research, my elbow knocked a box from the shelf. It fell with a thud, its contents spilling across the floor, photographs, yellowed with age. I knelt to gather them, glancing at images of church gatherings from decades past. My hand stopped on one photograph, a group posed in front of the church, dated April 5th, 1973. In the center stood a tall man in simple clerical clothes, his hand resting on the shoulder of a young woman. The caption identified him as Thomas Gardner, bell ringer, and her as Elizabeth Morgan, choir director. My breath caught. Something about the woman's face, her eyes seemed to look directly at me across the decades, knowingly. And Thomas Gardner. I recognized him. The figure from the bell tower. My hands trembled as I set the photograph aside. Beneath it was a newspaper clipping, "Local woman missing, foul play suspected." The article was dated November 12th, 1973. Elizabeth Morgan had disappeared after choir practice. The last person to see her alive, Thomas Gardner. I dug deeper, finding more articles. The investigation had focused on Gardner, but without evidence, charges were never filed. 6 months after Elizabeth's disappearance, Gardner resigned his position at the church. The following year, the bell mechanism mysteriously broke. Until last night, the anniversary of Elizabeth's disappearance. 51 years to the day. Lost in these thoughts, I didn't notice the room growing darker until the temperature suddenly dropped. My breath fogged in front of me. The humming returned, closer now, as if someone stood just behind me. I spun around. Nothing. The humming transformed into words, barely audible. "He knows what you found." The door to the archive room slammed shut. I lunged for the handle, but it wouldn't budge. Panic rose in my throat as I rattled the doorknob uselessly. "Help!" I shouted. "Father Mitchell! Anyone!" The overhead light flickered, then went out, plunging the room into near darkness. Only the fading evening light from the small window illuminated the space now. Shadows lengthened across the floor, seeming to reach toward me with grasping fingers. Something brushed against the back of my neck, soft, like a woman's hand. I whirled around, heart pounding. "Who's there?" My voice cracked. In the corner of the room, a shadow darker than the others seemed to coalesce into a human shape. I couldn't make out features, just an impression of a slender woman, head tilted as if considering me. "Elizabeth?" I whispered. The shadow moved closer. The temperature dropped further. Frost crystals began forming on the window glass. "The bell knows," came a whisper that seemed to originate inside my own head. "It witnessed everything." "What do you mean?" I asked, backing away until I hit the door. "What happened to you?" The shadow stopped advancing but extended what looked like an arm, pointing toward the spilled photographs on the floor. One in particular seemed to glow faintly in the dim light, not the group photo, but another I hadn't examined closely. I reluctantly bent to pick it up. It showed the bell itself, newly installed according to the caption from 1796. The symbols etched into its bronze surface were clearly visible in the black and white image. Not decorative patterns as I'd assumed, but words in Latin. As I stared at the photograph, the whispers returned, veritatem campanam clamet. The bell proclaims the truth. The shadow began to dissipate, spreading across the ceiling like smoke. Wait, I called. What happened to you? What is the bell trying to tell me? But the presence was fading, the room gradually warming. Just before it disappeared completely, one final whisper, dig. The light flickered back on. The door handle turned easily in my grip now. I stumbled out into the corridor, the photograph clutched in my trembling hand. Father Mitchell stood there, looking concerned. Everything all right? Thought I heard shouting. I stared at him, uncertain how much to reveal. Just startled myself. Thought I saw a spider. The lie came easily, though I wasn't sure why I felt compelled to hide what had happened. Find anything interesting in there? He asked, eyeing the photograph in my hand. Not really, I said, slipping it into my pocket. Just familiarizing myself with the church's history. He nodded, but something in his expression struck me as odd, a calculation, an assessment. Thomas Gardner, I said suddenly. You knew him? Father Mitchell's expression didn't change, but something flickered behind his eyes. Before my time, really. I arrived in 1980, but old-timers talked about him. Good bell ringer, they said. And Elizabeth Morgan? The choir director who went missing. His smile tightened imperceptibly. Tragic business, that. Some thought they were involved romantically, against church policy at the time. Others thought he had something to do with her disappearance. Nothing was ever proven. And the bell? When exactly did it stop working? 1974, I believe. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have evening prayers to prepare. He walked away, but I couldn't shake the feeling that he knew more than he was saying. That night, I returned to the caretaker's cottage filled with questions. I spread the documents I'd smuggled out on my kitchen table, the photograph of the bell, the newspaper clippings about Elizabeth's disappearance, notes about Thomas Gardner's time at the church. One detail nagged at me. After Elizabeth vanished, Gardner had overseen renovations to the church grounds, including repaving the walkway beneath the bell tower. Dig, the voice had said. Outside, darkness had fallen completely. Through my window, I could see the silent bell tower silhouetted against the night sky. I knew what I had to do, though every instinct warned against it. I waited until midnight. Armed with a shovel from the gardening shed and a powerful flashlight, I made my way to the stone path beneath the bell tower. The night was unnaturally still. No wind, no distant traffic sounds, not even the call of night birds. Just silence, as if the world were holding its breath. I examined the stonework, looking for signs of disturbance or repairs. Near the edge, I noticed several stones that seemed newer than the rest, their edges less weathered. I pried one loose, then another, setting them aside carefully. Beneath the stones was packed earth. I began to dig, each scrape of the shovel against soil sounding thunderous in the silence. 3 feet down, the shovel hit something solid with a dull thud. Not stone. Something softer. My stomach churned as I cleared away more dirt, revealing weathered fabric, what might once have been a blue dress. And beneath it, bones. I scrambled backward, dropping the shovel, bile rising in my throat. I'd found Elizabeth Morgan. And that's when the bell began to toll, the sound rolling down from the tower above me. Not 3 times now, but a continuous, maddening peal that seemed to vibrate through my very bones. Bong. Bong, bong. The sound was deafening, impossible. I covered my ears, looking up at the tower. In the belfry window, illuminated by moonlight, stood two figures side by side. Thomas Gardner's distinctive silhouette, and beside him, Father Mitchell, looking down at me. Our eyes met across the distance. He turned away from the window. I knew with horrible certainty that he was coming down. And I knew, somehow, that he had been there that night 51 years ago when Elizabeth died. The bell continued its relentless tolling as I ran toward my cottage, the sound following me like a physical presence, pushing me forward. Bong, bong, bong. Each toll seemed to say, run, run, run. Have you ever noticed how the most terrifying realizations come not with thunderclaps, but with whispers? I barricaded myself in the caretaker's cottage, adrenaline coursing through my veins. The bell had finally stopped its maddening toll, leaving behind a silence that felt almost as oppressive. Through the window, I watched the church, expecting Father Mitchell to emerge at any moment. But the building remained still, its windows dark except for the faint moonlight reflecting off stained glass. My hands wouldn't stop trembling as I pulled out my phone to call the police. How would I explain what I'd found? A half-century-old murder, discovered because a ghost told me to dig? I'd sound deranged. And yet there were human remains beneath those stones, Elizabeth Morgan's remains, that demanded justice. No signal. I stared at my phone in disbelief. There had been service earlier today. I tried moving around the cottage, holding the phone toward windows, even stepping onto the small porch momentarily. Nothing. It was as if the cottage had been cut off from the outside world. I returned inside, securing the deadbolt. Options limited, I gathered what evidence I had, the photographs, the news clippings. If I couldn't call for help, I'd have to make it to town in the morning. My car was parked just outside. As I sorted through the documents, something caught my eye, a detail I'd overlooked. In the photograph of the bell's installation, a small group of men stood proudly beside their creation. Among them was a face I recognized, much younger but unmistakable. Mitchell. Not Father Mitchell as I knew him now, but the same man, despite the image being from 1796. Impossible. People don't live for over 200 years. Unless... My thoughts were interrupted by a soft knock at the door. 3 gentle taps, perfectly spaced. I know you're in there. Father Mitchell's voice was calm, reasonable. We should talk about what you found. I remained frozen, silent. The bell has chosen you, he continued. Just as it chose Thomas. Just as it chose me, long ago. It's quite an honor, really. Another knock, more insistent this time. I'm not going to hurt you. If I wanted that, I wouldn't be knocking politely, would I? A soft chuckle followed this statement. I simply want to explain. There's so much you don't understand about the bell. About its power. Something in his tone made my skin crawl. I backed away from the door, bumping into the kitchen table. My elbow knocked over a glass, which shattered on the floor with a crash. Ah, there you are, Father Mitchell said, his voice taking on a different quality, harder, colder. Listen carefully. The bell has been dormant for 50 years. Now it's awake again, and it's hungry. It won't be satisfied until it feeds. Better to understand what we're dealing with than to fight it blindly. I glanced around frantically for a weapon, settling on a heavy cast iron pan from the stove. Stay away from me. Thomas thought he could escape too, Mitchell said. 50 years of silence, then the bell calls him back, only to cast him from the quarry cliff. That's what happens when you try to run from your obligations. The doorknob rattled. Last chance, Mitchell called. Open the door, or I'll be forced to take more direct action. I found Elizabeth's body, I shouted back. I know what happened. The police will too. Silence followed this declaration. Then soft laughter. The police? My dear, do you think you're the first to discover our little secret? This town has belonged to the Bell for generations. Why do you think no one investigated too deeply when Elizabeth disappeared? Why the search was called off after only 2 weeks? The doorknob stopped rattling. For a moment, I thought he might have left. Then a tremendous crash shook the cottage as something heavy struck the door. Wood splintered around the lock. Another crash. The door frame cracked. I ran for the back door, fumbling with the unfamiliar lock. Behind me, the front door gave way with a final splintering crack. I didn't turn to look, just yanked the back door open and plunged into the darkness beyond. The night air hit my lungs as I sprinted across the churchyard, away from the cottage, away from Mitchell. I risked a glance back. Mitchell stood in the doorway, watching me run. He wasn't pursuing. Why wasn't he pursuing? My question was answered as I slammed into something solid that hadn't been there a moment before. A human figure materialized out of the darkness. Strong hands gripped my arms. I found myself staring into Thomas Gardner's face, the same face from the bell tower, from the photographs. Not a living man's face, but not quite a corpse either. Something in between, with skin like parchment stretched over bone, and eyes that reflected moonlight like a cat's. She's trying to warn you, Gardner's voice rasped, his breath smelling of earth and decay. Elizabeth. She thinks you can break the cycle. But you can't. None of us can. I struggled against his grip. Let me go. I tried to run too, he continued as if I hadn't spoken. For 50 years, I thought I was free. But the bell always calls us back in the end. Behind me, I heard Mitchell's measured footsteps approaching across the gravel. I kicked at Gardner's shin, surprising him enough that his grip loosened. I tore free, changing direction, running for the church itself. If I could get through to the road beyond. The church doors stood open, light spilling from within, not electric light, but the flickering glow of dozens of candles. I hesitated at the threshold. Something told me that entering might be exactly what they wanted. But with Gardner and Mitchell behind me, I had little choice. I dashed inside. The nave was empty, candles burning in every alcove, every sconce. Their light transformed the familiar space into something otherworldly, shadows dancing across ancient stone. I ran for the side door that would lead to the road. It wouldn't open. Neither would the main doors when I rushed back to try them. Trapped. The tolling began again, distant at first, then growing louder with each peal. Not from above in the tower this time, but from below. Beneath the church. Bong. 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 The floor vibrated with each toll. Dust and small fragments of plaster rained from the ceiling. Mitchell entered calmly through the main doors that had been locked to me just moments before. Gardner followed, moving with an unnatural, gliding gait. The bell summons us all, Mitchell said. Can you feel it? Calling to something deep inside you? It recognized you the moment you set foot on these grounds. Why do you think you were hired from among dozens of applicants? I backed away, moving toward the altar. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't you? Haven't you felt different since coming here? More aware of the veil between worlds? Able to see things others can't? The truth of his words hit me like a physical blow. I had been experiencing strange sensations since arriving, not just the bell and the apparitions, but moments of inexplicable knowing, flashes of insight into people's thoughts, glimpses of events yet to happen. What is happening to me? My voice sounded small, frightened. The bell chooses its servants carefully, Mitchell replied. Thomas was one. I am one. Now you are one. It grants power in exchange for sacrifice. Elizabeth, I whispered. Mitchell nodded. The bell must be fed. Every 50 years, it requires a life. Thomas chose Elizabeth. I'll choose someone else when the time comes. Perhaps you'll make this election after me. You're insane. I would never. Neither would Thomas, once. Neither would I. Mitchell's smile was almost sad. But the bell's song is persuasive. It grows louder in your mind until you can think of nothing else. Until giving it what it wants seems not just reasonable but necessary. The tolling grew louder, the entire church trembling now. Gardner had moved to the altar, where he was clearing away items, revealing a trapdoor beneath. It's time you met our bell, Mitchell said. The true bell. Not the one in the tower, that's merely a focus, a channel. The original is much older. Much hungrier. Gardner pulled open the trapdoor, revealing stone steps descending into darkness. From below came the relentless tolling, each peal now accompanied by a flash of sickly green light. Bong. 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 After you, Mitchell gestured toward the opening. I looked frantically for an escape, but they blocked all possible exits. The stained glass windows were too small, the drop to the floor below too great. I was cornered. Then I saw her, Elizabeth, standing behind Mitchell, visible only to me. Her form was translucent, her eyes hollow, her spectral hand reaching toward me in warning. The symbols, her voice whispered in my mind. Use the symbols. The Latin inscription from the bell. What had she translated it as? The bell proclaims the truth. But that wasn't quite right. My mind raced, pulling from half-remembered Latin classes. Veritatem campanam clamet. More accurately, the bell cries out the truth. Or commands the truth. An idea formed, desperate, probably futile, but my only chance. I took a step toward the trapdoor, as if complying. Mitchell smiled in approval. Then I stopped, drew myself up, and spoke directly to Gardner's spectral form. Thomas Gardner, I said, my voice stronger than I felt. By the bell's power, speak the truth. Did you kill Elizabeth Morgan? Gardner's eyes widened in shock. His mouth worked soundlessly for a moment before words were torn from him. No. I loved her. Mitchell's smile vanished. Enough of this. Down the steps. Now. But I pressed on. Who killed Elizabeth Morgan? By the bell's power, speak the truth. Gardner's form seemed to shudder, fighting some internal battle. Finally, his arm rose, finger pointing directly at Mitchell. He did. When we threatened to expose the bell's secret. When we planned to destroy it. Mitchell's face contorted with rage. I am the bell's loyal servant. I have fed it for over 200 years. The tolling reached a fever pitch, the light from below pulsing green-white-green. The church walls seemed to warp around us, reality bending under the strain of ancient magic. I turned to Mitchell, gambling everything on one final command. Father Ezekiel Mitchell, by the bell's power that you serve, speak the truth. What happens if the bell is denied its sacrifice? His face went slack, eyes glazing over as the compulsion took hold. The bell dies. Its power fades. Those bound to it are released or destroyed. And how can it be destroyed? Mitchell fought the words, veins standing on his forehead, but they came nonetheless, with the blood of its servant poured over its surface. Gardner's spectral form suddenly solidified, becoming more present than before. He smiled, a genuine expression that transformed his face into that of the young man from the photographs. That's why she called you, he said to me. Elizabeth knew you would understand. Knew you would have the strength to end this. Mitchell had recovered, fury burning in his eyes. Enough. He lunged at me, fingers curled like claws. I dodged, but he was inhumanly fast, catching my arm and dragging me toward the open trapdoor. Below, the green light pulsed in time with the tolling, revealing glimpses of a massive chamber hollowed from the living rock. And in its center, an enormous bell of black metal, hovering unsuspended above a pit. Gardner moved to intervene, but his spectral form passed harmlessly through Mitchell. Physical laws meant nothing to the bell's oldest servant. As Mitchell forced me toward the steps, I caught a glimpse of movement near the altar, Elizabeth's ghost, more solid now, holding something that glinted in the candlelight. The ceremonial knife used for communion bread. She tossed it, the blade spinning through the air. By some miracle or ghostly intervention, it landed at my feet. I broke free of Mitchell's grip just long enough to snatch it up. The bell must be fed, Mitchell hissed, grabbing me again. Yes, I agreed, meeting his eyes. It must. Then I plunged the knife into my own palm. Blood welled instantly, hot and bright against my skin. Mitchell's eyes widened in understanding and horror. Not like this, he whispered. Before he could stop me, I let my blood drip onto the stone steps leading down to the chamber. 3 drops. Each one sizzled on contact with the stone. The tolling stopped abruptly. Silence fell, heavy and complete. Then a new sound rose from below, not tolling now, but a high, keening wail like metal under extreme stress. The green light flared blindingly bright, then began to fade. Mitchell screamed, a sound of pure anguish. His grip on me loosened as he fell to his knees. His skin began to age rapidly before my eyes, wrinkles deepening, hair whitening, then falling out. Within seconds, he had become an ancient, withered thing. 200 years, he gasped, his voice now a dry whisper. 200 years of service. His body continued to deteriorate, flesh sinking inward, eyes receding into their sockets. Soon there was nothing but dust where he had knelt. From below, the wailing grew louder, the bell's death cry echoing through the foundations of the church. The stone floor began to crack, fissures spreading outward from the trapdoor. We need to get out, Gardner said urgently. Now! I didn't need to be told twice. We ran for the main doors, which swung open at our approach. Behind us, the floor of the chancel collapsed inward with a deafening roar, taking the altar with it. We burst out into the churchyard just as the bell tower began to sway. Stone by ancient stone, it crumbled, collapsing on itself like a house of cards. The destruction spread to the nave, the walls falling inward, centuries of history returning to dust in moments. When it was over, nothing remained of St. Augustine's but rubble and the echo of the bell's final cry fading into the night. Gardner stood beside me, his form already beginning to fade. "Thank you," he said simply. "What happens now?" I asked. "To you and Elizabeth?" "We're free," he replied. "The bell no longer holds us. We can move on." Behind him, Elizabeth's ghost appeared, her face peaceful now. She smiled at me, taking Gardner's hand. Together, they faded from sight, leaving me alone in the ruins of the church. As dawn broke over the horizon, casting golden light across the devastation, I wondered how I would explain what had happened here. Who would believe a tale of an ancient, hungry bell and its immortal servant? In the distance, sirens wailed, growing closer. Someone had seen the church collapse. Questions would be asked. Investigations launched. But as I looked at the rubble, I realized something vital was missing, any trace of the bell itself, either the decoy in the tower or the true bell below. As if it had never existed at all. Perhaps that was for the best. Some truths are better left unrung. Is it possible for a sound to remain in the air long after the source has gone silent? 3 weeks after the collapse of St. Augustine's Church, I sat across from Detective Warren in the small interview room at the Blackwater Ridge Police Department. This marked our 4th session. The same questions, asked with slight variations, probing for inconsistencies in my story. A story I carefully sanitized of bells that rang themselves, ghosts that offered warnings, and priests who had lived for centuries. "So you maintain that you heard strange noises and went to investigate," Detective Warren said, tapping his pen against his notepad. "You discovered what you believed to be human remains under the walkway, and when you went into the church to call for help, you felt tremors. You barely escaped before the building collapsed." I nodded. That's exactly what happened. Warren studied me with tired eyes. He was a man approaching retirement, with salt and pepper hair and the weary expression of someone who had seen too much to be easily surprised. "And Father Mitchell?" "As I've said before, I don't know. He wasn't in the church when I went in. Perhaps he was trapped in the collapse." This was the lie I committed to, simpler than explaining how Mitchell had crumbled to dust before my eyes after 2 centuries of unnatural life. Warren sighed, closing his notebook. "The forensic team confirms the remains you found are human. Female, likely dead for decades. They're working on identification, but given the location and time frame, Elizabeth Morgan seems likely. A small victory for truth, at least. Elizabeth would get a proper burial after all these years. What I don't understand," Warren continued, "is the structural failure. Engineers are baffled. Buildings like St. Augustine's don't just collapse without warning. And then there's the bell." My heart skipped a beat. "The bell?" "Yes. According to church records, there was a large bronze bell in the tower. Quite valuable historically. But search teams haven't found a trace of it in the rubble. Not even fragments." I kept my expression neutral. "Strange. Very." Warren leaned forward. "Almost as strange as a caretaker who arrived in town 3 weeks ago with no prior connection to the area, no references we can verify, and a conveniently vague employment history." My palms began to sweat. I provided documentation when I applied for the position, but much of it was fabricated, a necessity given my circumstances. I hadn't expected this level of scrutiny. "I needed a fresh start," I said, "but partial truth easier to maintain than complete fiction." The position seemed perfect. "Perfect timing too," Warren remarked. "Just before historic property damage and the discovery of decades-old human remains." He stood, gathering his notes. Don't leave town. We'll talk again. Outside the police station, autumn had fully taken hold of Blackwater Ridge. Trees blazed orange and red along Main Street, and shop windows displayed Halloween decorations. I pulled my jacket tighter against the chill and headed toward the motel where I'd been staying since the collapse. As I walked, an odd sensation crept over me, the feeling of being watched. I glanced around but saw only ordinary townspeople going about their business. Yet the sensation persisted, an inch between my shoulder blades. When I passed the town's small clock tower, the minute hand moved to the hour with a soft mechanical click. And I heard it, faint but unmistakable. The toll of a bell. Bong. I froze mid-step, earning curious glances from passers-by. No one else reacted to the sound. No one else heard it. Bong. It wasn't coming from any direction I could pinpoint, more like it was originating inside my own head. My pulse quickened as I hurried my pace, nearly running by the time I reached the motel. Bong. 3 tolls. Always 3. Safe behind my locked door, I leaned against the wall, trying to calm my breathing. I was imagining things. Stress and trauma playing tricks on my mind. The bell was destroyed. Mitchell was gone. It was over. But when I finally gathered the courage to look in the bathroom mirror, I understood why people had been staring. My nose was bleeding, 3 perfect droplets of blood staining my upper lip. Sleep came fitfully that night, disturbed by dreams of endless staircases spiraling into darkness and Mitchell's voice whispering, "The bell chooses its servants carefully." I woke before dawn, drenched in sweat. As consciousness returned, I became aware of a strange weight in my closed fist. Slowly, fearfully, I opened my fingers. There in my palm lay a small bronze bell, no larger than a thimble. I had never seen it before, had no memory of acquiring it. Yet somehow I knew with terrible certainty that it was a piece of the St. Augustine bell, a fragment that had found its way to me. I dropped it as if burned, watching in horror as it rolled across the bedside table before coming to rest against the lamp. It seemed to pulse in the dim light, as if breathing. My phone rang, startling me so badly I nearly fell from the bed. Detective Warren's name flashed on the screen. "Hello?" My voice sounded strange even to my own ears. "We need you to come in again," Warren said without preamble. "There's been a development." "What kind of development?" A pause. "We found something in the church records. Something concerning you." Ice formed in my stomach. "That's impossible. I only worked there for—" "Not about your employment," Warren interrupted. "About your family. Your grandfather, specifically. Daniel Morgan." The name hit me like a physical blow. My maternal grandfather, who died before I was born. I'd never known him, had only seen a handful of old photographs. My mother rarely spoke of him. "What about him?" I managed. He was born in Blackwater Ridge. Left in 1973, right after his sister disappeared. The room seemed to tilt around me. His sister? Elizabeth Morgan, the woman whose remains we found. Warren's voice softened slightly. "You didn't know, did you? That you're related to her?" I couldn't speak. My mother had never mentioned an aunt, never spoken of family in Blackwater Ridge. Was it possible she hadn't known either? "I'll be there in 20 minutes, I finally said, ending the call. As I dressed, my eyes kept returning to the tiny bell on the nightstand. It seemed to watch me, judging. I considered throwing it away but found I couldn't. Instead, I slipped it into my pocket, its weight far greater than its size should allow. The police station was unusually busy when I arrived. Officers moved with purpose, speaking in hushed tones. Warren met me at the front desk, his expression grim. "This way," he said, leading me not to the interview room but to his private office. Once inside, he closed the door and indicated a chair. "What I'm about to show you is disturbing," he warned, retrieving a file from his desk. "But giving a connection to the case, you have a right to know." He opened the file to reveal old photographs, crime scene images, by the look of them. In the center was a young woman sprawled on stone steps, blood pooling beneath her head. "This is Elizabeth Morgan," Warren explained. Or rather, what we thought was Elizabeth Morgan. These photos were taken in 1973 in the basement of a house on the edge of town. The man who owned the property claimed he found her like this, already dead. I stared at the image, nauseated yet unable to look away. The woman's face was clearly visible and familiar, the same face I'd seen in the church photograph, the same ghostly features that had appeared to me in the bell tower. The case was ruled a suicide, despite evidence suggesting otherwise, Warren continued. The homeowner had an alibi, ironically provided by Father Mitchell from St. Augustine's. The body was released for burial, and the case was closed. "But that doesn't make sense," I said. "If she was buried, then whose remains did I find under the walkway?" Warren slid another document across the desk, a laboratory report dated the previous day. "DNA testing confirms the remains from the church belonged to Elizabeth Morgan. Which means the woman in these photographs wasn't Elizabeth," I finished, understanding dawning. "It was someone else." Warren nodded grimly. According to records, Elizabeth had no identifying marks or scars. But the woman in these photos had a small tattoo on her wrist, partially visible here. He pointed to a detail I'd missed. "And dental records don't match what we've recovered from the church remains." My head spun with implications. So who died in 1973? And why was it covered up? That's what we're trying to determine. Warren leaned back in his chair. "Your grandfather left town immediately after this death. Elizabeth was officially listed as missing. And the woman who actually died? No missing persons report matches her description." I thought of Mitchell's words, "The bell must be fed. Every 50 years, it requires a life." Had Elizabeth been the intended sacrifice? Had Mitchell killed this unknown woman instead, when Elizabeth escaped? And what had happened to my grandfather? "There's more," Warren said, interrupting my thoughts. "We've been looking into Father Mitchell's background. Man's a ghost. No records before he arrived in Blackwater Ridge in 1980. The diocese has no ordination documents for him. His seminary credentials are forgeries. None of this surprised me, but I feigned shock. So he was a fraud? Appears so. And now he's missing, along with the church bell." Warren studied my face carefully. "Strange coincidences piling up around you." Before I could respond, a sharp knock came at the door. Another officer entered, whispering something urgently in Warren's ear. The detective's expression darkened. "You need to see this," he said to me, standing abruptly. I followed him through the station to a small conference room where a television had been set up. Several officers gathered around it, watching a news broadcast. The reporter stood before yellow police tape surrounding a familiar site, the quarry where Thomas Gardner had allegedly fallen to his death. Making this the second body recovered from Blackwater Quarry in less than a month, the reporter was saying. Police have not released identification, but sources confirm the deceased is an older man who matches the description of missing St. Augustine's Church official, Ezekiel Mitchell. Impossible. Mitchell had disintegrated before my eyes, his unnaturally long life catching up in seconds. There couldn't be a body. The camera panned to show medical examiners loading a gurney into an ambulance. From this distance, I couldn't make out features, but something about the covered form seemed wrong, too rigid, too angular. Found by hikers this morning, Warren explained. Initial reports indicate the body has been there for weeks, yet shows minimal decomposition. Almost like it's been preserved somehow. A chill ran through me as I remembered Mitchell's final moments, his flesh drying, contracting, turning to dust. What if it hadn't been destruction but transformation? What if the bell's power had protected him somehow, even in death? The tiny bell in my pocket suddenly felt hot against my thigh. I resisted the urge to reach for it. "I'd like you to come with us to the morgue," Warren said. "Perhaps you can make a positive ID, given your work with him." I nodded numbly, knowing I had little choice. As we left the station, the town clock began to strike the hour. I counted each toll, holding my breath. 1, 2, 3. Only 3, though it was 11 o'clock. No one else seemed to notice the discrepancy. At the county morgue, the fluorescent lights buzzed overhead as a technician led us to the examination room. The air smelled of disinfectant and something else, something metallic and ancient. The body lay on a stainless steel table, covered with a sheet. "Ready?" the technician asked, hand poised to pull back the covering. I nodded, though every instinct screamed to run. The sheet was drawn back, revealing the face of Father Mitchell, or what appeared to be his face, stretched over something that was decidedly not human. The skin had a strange, metallic sheen, like bronze covered in a thin layer of flesh. The eyes were open, staring at nothing, their irises an unnatural green. "Is this Ezekiel Mitchell?" Warren asked. My voice caught in my throat as the corpse's eyes suddenly shifted, focusing directly on me. No one else reacted. They couldn't see it. Just as they couldn't hear the bell's toll. "Yes," I managed. "That's him." As I spoke, the eyes blinked once, deliberately. Mitchell's lips parted slightly, and a whisper emerged, audible only to me. "The bell remembers. The bell returns. The bell reclaims." The tiny fragment in my pocket vibrated in response, growing hotter until I could feel it burning through the fabric. I clutched at my leg, trying to stifle a cry of pain. "Are you all right?" Warren asked, concern evident in his voice. "Fine," I gasped. It's a shock seeing him like this." Warren nodded sympathetically, misinterpreting my distress. "We'll need to ask you more questions, but that can wait until tomorrow. You should get some rest." Outside the morgue, I gulped fresh air, trying to steady myself. The bell fragment had stopped burning, returning to a normal temperature against my thigh. But I could feel it pulse in time with my heartbeat, as if it had synchronized itself to my life rhythm. As I walked away from the building, my phone rang, an unknown number. I hesitated before answering. "Hello?" They found my brother's journal. A woman's voice, elderly but strong. "Daniel Morgan's journal. My name is Catherine. I think we need to talk about what's happening in Blackwater Ridge. My aunt, another relative I'd never known existed. How did you get this number?" "The same way I knew you'd come here eventually. The bell calls back those connected to it." Her voice cracked slightly. Daniel wrote everything down before he died. About Elizabeth. About the bell. About what happened 50 years ago. And what happens every 50 years before that. I thought of the tiny bell in my pocket, how it had appeared in my closed hand during the night. The bell isn't destroyed, is it? No, Catherine confirmed. It can't be destroyed. Not permanently. It breaks apart, finds new vessels, reforms. It's been doing this for centuries. And Mitchell? Just a servant, like many before him. The bell is the true power. And now it's chosen you, just as it once chose Elizabeth. The world seemed to tilt beneath my feet. Why me? Blood calls to blood, she replied simply. Elizabeth defied it. Now it wants a Morgan to set things right. To complete the cycle. I won't kill for it, I said firmly. None of them thought they would, Catherine sighed. Come to 4 Pines Road, the old farmhouse at the end. We don't have much time before it takes stronger hold of you. The call ended, leaving me standing alone on the sidewalk. In my pocket, the bell fragment seemed to vibrate with anticipation, as if it had been waiting for this moment. As I flagged down a taxi, I realized with growing horror that I could hear it now, a soft, rhythmic tolling inside my mind, counting down to something inevitable. Bong. 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 3 tolls. Always 3. Past, present, and future, bound together by bronze and blood. Did you know that when a bell is cast, it traps within its metal the very sounds of its making? Catherine Morgan lived in a farmhouse that time had forgotten, its withered clapboards the color of bleached bone. The taxi dropped me at the end of a long gravel driveway, the driver refusing to go farther, muttering something about the cursed Morgan place as he sped away. Autumn wind whispered through tall pines surrounding the property, their branches casting spindly shadows across the overgrown lawn. With each step toward the house, the fragment in my pocket grew heavier, as if resisting my approach. Before I could knock, the door swung open. Catherine Morgan stood in the doorway, a woman in her 80s, spine straight despite her years, silver hair pulled into a severe bun. Her eyes, sharp and assessing, were the same shape as mine. You have a piece of it with you, she said instead of greeting me. Not a question. I nodded, unable to deny it. Show me. Reluctantly, I withdrew the small bronze bell from my pocket. In the fading daylight, it gleamed as if freshly polished, though I hadn't touched it since finding it in my palm that morning. Catherine's face tightened. Inside. Quickly. The farmhouse interior was cluttered but meticulously clean, shelves lined with books, walls covered in maps and diagrams. The dining table was buried beneath stacks of journals and loose papers. Everything smelled faintly of lavender and old leather. Put it there, Catherine instructed, pointing to a small metal box open on the sideboard. The box's interior was lined with symbols etched into lead, similar to those I'd seen on the bell in the church tower. I placed the fragment inside, and Catherine snapped the lid shut, turning a small key in the lock. Almost immediately, I felt lighter, as if a pressure I hadn't fully registered had been lifted. Containment box, she explained, noticing my reaction. Dampens its influence. Won't last forever, but gives us time to talk. She gestured for me to sit at the kitchen table, where she poured 2 cups of tea from a waiting pot. The everyday normality of the gesture felt surreal after everything that had happened. My brother Daniel was Elizabeth's twin, Catherine began without preamble. When she disappeared, he knew something terrible had happened at that church. He spent months investigating, gathering evidence, but no one would listen. The town protected its secrets, protected the bell. She pushed a leather-bound journal across the table. This is his account. I've kept it safe all these years, waiting. Waiting for what? For the cycle to begin again. For the bell to call another Morgan. Her eyes met mine. For you. I opened the journal with trembling hands. Daniel's handwriting was cramped but legible, filling page after page with observations, interviews, and increasingly desperate theories. I skimmed until a particular passage caught my eye. November 19th, 1973. I found Elizabeth's research in her apartment today. What she discovered about the bell is impossible, yet explains everything. St. Augustine's bell isn't a church bell at all. It's much older, pre-Christian, possibly Celtic or even earlier. A blood bell used in sacrifice. Someone brought it to America, disguised it as a church bell, but couldn't change its nature. Every 50 years, it requires a sacrifice. The town's prosperity depends on it, the mines, the farms, everything. Those who resist or interfere meet with accidents. Elizabeth learned too much, planned to destroy it. Now she's gone, and a woman who looks like her is buried in her place. Mitchell orchestrated it all. Gardner was just a pawn, like those before him. I've traced the pattern back through town records. Every 50 years, strange deaths. Every 50 years, the church gains a new bell ringer. And after each cycle, Blackwater Ridge flourishes while neighboring towns struggle. I'm leaving tonight. Not because I'm afraid for myself, but for Catherine. For any children I might have someday. Blood calls to blood. The bell remembers. If I stay, it will take another Morgan. I looked up at Catherine, questions forming. Before I could speak, a sharp pain lanced through my head, a high-pitched ringing that quickly became unbearable. I pressed my hands to my ears, but the sound was coming from within. Catherine was on her feet instantly, moving to the metal box. "It's fighting the containment," she said grimly. Stronger than I expected. The ringing subsided to a dull throb as she placed the box in a larger case lined with similar protective symbols. But I could still feel the fragment's presence, like a silent call at the edge of my awareness. "We don't have much time," Catherine continued, returning to the table. Mitchell's body was found, which means the bell is already reforming. It's gathering its fragments, calling them home. The body at the morgue, it wasn't really him, was it? I asked. Not anymore. Just a vessel, a temporary housing. The bell uses human forms sometimes when it's vulnerable. Hides inside them until it can fully reconstitute itself. Another piece clicked into place. The symbols on the bell, they're not just decoration. They're some kind of binding spell, aren't they? Keeping something contained within the metal. Catherine nodded grimly. The bell isn't just an object. It's a prison and a portal. What lives inside it is ancient, hungry. The sacrifices feed it, maintain the seal. Yet the cycle is broken. It gets free, I finished, and takes what it wants. The whole town. Perhaps more. She took a sip of her tea, hand steady despite her words. Your arrival has accelerated things. Blood calls to blood. Elizabeth defied it. You are her blood. It wants balance restored. Outside, darkness had fallen completely. Wind rattled the windows, carrying the scent of approaching rain. Something thumped against the side of the house, a branch, I told myself. Just a branch. What do we do? I asked. Catherine's gaze was unwavering. We have two choices. Complete the cycle, give the bell what it wants. One life to save many. I recoiled. That can't be the only option. The second choice is more dangerous. We seek out the bell's fragments before they can reunite. Then we perform the ritual Elizabeth discovered, not to destroy the bell, but to transform it. Bind what's inside more permanently. How do we find the fragments? Catherine pointed at me. You can feel them. The piece you carried has created a connection. Like calls to like. She was right. Even now, with the fragment contained, I could sense a pull, a directional tug towards something west of us. And another to the north. Distinct points of resonance in the darkness. If we fail, Catherine continued, or if the bell completes its reformation before we can perform the ritual, there's only the first option left. Sacrifice. And since you're connected to it now, it would want me, I realized with growing horror. My life. Catherine didn't need to confirm it. Her silence was answer enough. A tremendous crash from the front of the house interrupted us. The lights flickered, then went out, plunging us into darkness. I heard Catherine moving, the scratch of a match, then the warm glow of a candle illuminated her face. It's found us, she said calmly. Sooner than I expected. Another crash, the sound of splintering wood. Wind howled through the house as the front door gave way. Catherine grabbed the case containing the bell fragment and thrust it into my hands. The cellar, she hissed. There's another exit. Go. I hesitated. What about you? I've lived my life, she said simply. Elizabeth died protecting this secret. Daniel fled to protect future generations. My part is to buy you time. From the front of the house came the sound of heavy footsteps. Not human, too irregular, too mechanical. And beneath it, a familiar rhythmic toll. Bong. 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 Catherine pushed me toward the cellar door. The ritual instructions are in the case. Find the fragments. Finish what Elizabeth started. Before I could protest further, she shoved me through the doorway and slammed it shut. I heard the key turn in the lock from the other side. The cellar stairs creaked beneath my weight as I descended by the light of my phone. Above, I heard Catherine's voice, strong and clear, chanting something in a language I didn't recognize. Her words were answered by an inhuman howl of rage. The cellar was a maze of stone walls and earthen floors. I navigated by instinct and the fragment's pull, eventually finding a narrow tunnel that sloped upward toward the woods behind the property. As I emerged among the trees, the night sky lit up with an unnatural green flash. Behind me, Catherine's house erupted in emerald flames that cast no heat. At its center stood a figure, not Mitchell's body from the morgue, but something taller, angular, its form shifting between human and something else entirely. In one elongated hand, it held what remained of Catherine Morgan. I should have felt grief, horror, the urge to help. Instead, I felt the fragment in the case pulse with excitement. Part of me, a new, alien part, exulted in the display of power. The bell's influence was already taking hold. I tore my eyes away from the scene and ran into the darkness of the pine forest, Catherine's final gift clutched against my chest. The path ahead was clear now. Find the remaining fragments before they could reunite, complete the ritual Elizabeth had discovered, or become the sacrifice myself. The rain began as I reached the forest's edge, fat drops that quickly became a downpour. I kept moving, guided by the fragment's pull. My phone's navigation placed me on a course toward Blackwater Quarry, where Gardner had died, where Mitchell's body had been found, where another fragment waited. Hours passed in a blur of wet woodland and slippery hills. By the time I reached the quarry's edge, dawn was breaking, a sickly gray light filtering through storm clouds. Below, dark water filled the abandoned mining pit, its surface churned by rain. The fragment in the case pulled strongly now, almost violently. I felt its counterpart calling from beneath those waters. Without thinking, I began to descend the rocky path toward the quarry floor. The rain had made the trail treacherous. Halfway down, my foot slipped on wet stone. I fell, tumbling over rocks and scrub brush, eventually coming to a painful stop against an outcropping. The case flew from my grasp, landing several yards away. As I struggled to my feet, movement caught my eye. Someone else was at the quarry's edge. Detective Warren, watching my descent. His expression was unreadable at this distance, but his posture suggested purpose rather than coincidence. Had he followed me? Or had he been drawn here just as I had been? I had no time to ponder the question. At the water's edge, the surface began to bubble and churn. Something was rising from the depths. A hand broke the surface, bronze and flesh merged in impossible ways, fingers elongated into metallic claws. It gripped the shore, pulling the rest of its form from the water. What emerged was only partially human. Mitchell's face stretched across a framework of bronze and other metals, body distended and reconstructed with mechanical precision. The bell was rebuilding itself, using human remains as raw material. I need the fragment, the thing that had been Mitchell called, its voice a grinding metallic approximation of speech. Give it to me, and your death will be quick. The blood price must be paid. I backed away, reaching for the case. The monstrosity followed, water streaming from its patchwork form. Each step it took was accompanied by the sound of tolling, bong, bong, bong. Stay back. I warned uselessly. It continued advancing. The bell remembers the Morgans. Elizabeth's betrayal. The interrupted cycle. Blood must answer for blood. From my peripheral vision, I saw Warren descending the quarry path, gun drawn. He couldn't possibly understand what he was seeing, what he was walking into. Police! Don't move! Warren shouted, his voice nearly lost in the rain. The creature paused, turning its malformed head toward the detective. In that moment of distraction, I lunged for the case, fingers closing around the handle. Instead of retreating, I found myself opening it, reaching for the fragment inside. The containment box fell open at my touch. The small bronze bell seemed to leap into my palm, its surface hot against my skin. Immediately, a strange clarity washed over me, knowledge that wasn't mine flooding my consciousness. I understood now what Elizabeth had discovered. The ritual wasn't just words and gestures. It required bringing the fragments together, but not to destroy them. To command them. The bell didn't choose its servants. Its servants mastered it. Mitchell had been a servant, but Elizabeth had nearly become its master. That's why it feared her. Why it had her killed. Why it now feared me. Warren was shouting something, but his words were drowned out by the deafening toll that filled my head. The creature lunged toward me, its movements suddenly desperate rather than predatory. I held the fragment aloft, feeling its power connect with the larger piece before me. Words rose to my lips, ancient words in a language I'd never studied but somehow knew intimately. Ego te vinculum. Ego te imperio. Ego sum campana et campanarius. I bind you. I command you. I am the bell and the bell ringer. The creature screamed, a sound like metal tearing, and fell to its knees. The rain intensified, turning the ground to mud around us. Warren had reached the quarry floor now, his gun trained on the writhing form before me. "What the hell is that thing?" he demanded, voice tight with controlled fear. "The true face of Blackwater Ridge's prosperity," I answered, never taking my eyes from the creature. "Every 50 years, it demands a sacrifice. And the town provides one." Understanding dawned in Warren's eyes, not comprehension of the supernatural, but recognition of evil masked as tradition. The unsolved disappearances. The deaths ruled as accidents or suicides. All of them sacrifices, I confirmed. Mitchell was its caretaker for generations. Now it's trying to reform. The fragment burned hotter in my palm, searing my skin. The pain was excruciating, but I couldn't release it now. I stepped toward the creature, continuing the incantation that flowed from some ancestral memory. Sanguis sanguinum. Vitam vitae. Blood to blood. Life to life. The creature thrashed violently, its form beginning to melt like bronze in a crucible. From its liquefying body emerged the full shape of the bell, black metal etched with glowing symbols, hovering inches above the mud. In that moment, I understood my choices with perfect clarity. I could complete the ritual Elizabeth had discovered, bind the entity within the bell permanently, but at the cost of tethering my own life force to it. I would become its new keeper, forced to remain in Blackwater Ridge for the rest of my days. Or I could let the cycle continue. One more sacrifice, Catherine had already paid the price. But there was a third option. One that Elizabeth had glimpsed but hadn't lived to attempt. I turned to Warren, who stood frozen in disbelief at the supernatural scene unfolding before him. "Detective, I need your help. There's a third fragment at St. Augustine's ruins. We need it." Warren hesitated only briefly before nodding. "Tell me what to do." "Hold this," I said, offering him Catherine's case. "Don't touch the fragment inside. Just keep it safe while I finish this." As Warren took the case, I stepped forward, plunging my hand, still clutching the small bell fragment, directly into the liquefying form of the larger bell. Pain exploded through my arm as flesh met molten metal, but I pushed deeper, guided by instinct and Elizabeth's discovered knowledge flowing through me. At the bell's core was something other, a pulsing darkness older than the metal that contained it. Not evil exactly, but hungry. Endlessly hungry. "Ego te nomino," I whispered through gritted teeth. "I name you." The darkness writhed at the words, trying to flee from the naming. "Ego te libero." I free you. The bell's surface began to crack, fissures of light spreading across its ancient form. The darkness inside thrashed more violently, sensing its prison weakening. "Ego te dimito." I release you. With a sound like the world tearing in half, the bell shattered. The force of the explosion threw me backward into the quarry waters. Darkness engulfed me, not unconsciousness, but something more profound. For a brief moment, I felt myself dissolving, becoming one with the ancient entity as it escaped its centuries-long imprisonment. It had no malice, only hunger and gratitude for its release. As our consciousnesses brushed against each other, I glimpsed its true nature, a being from beyond our reality, trapped by human ritual, sustained by human sacrifice. Neither evil nor good, merely other. Then it was gone, slipping through the terror and reality that the bell's destruction had created, returning to whatever dimension had spawned it. I surfaced from the quarry waters gasping for air. The rain had stopped. Warren stood at the edge, reaching out to pull me from the water. Of the bell, nothing remained but scattered bronze fragments, already dulling without the entity's power to sustain them. "Are you all right?" Warren asked, helping me to shore. I examined my arm. The skin was burned where it had entered the bell, marked with intricate symbols that matched those once etched into the bell's surface. But the wounds were already healing, the patterns fading. "It's over," I said, surprised to find I believed it. Truly over. In the weeks that followed, the official story became one of discovery and resolution. Elizabeth Morgan's remains were finally laid to rest with proper ceremony. The unidentified woman buried in her place was exhumed, her true identity still a mystery, but her death now properly investigated as murder. Father Mitchell was declared missing, presumed dead in the church collapse. The historical bell was written off as stolen by metal thieves, a common enough occurrence with church bells. Warren never spoke publicly of what he'd witnessed at the quarry. But he did share what we found among the church ruins, a hidden chamber beneath the altar, containing records of sacrifices dating back to the town's founding. Names of victims and those who offered them, stretching across centuries. I attended Catherine's funeral, a small, quiet affair. As the only surviving relative, I inherited the farmhouse and everything in it, including Daniel's journals and Elizabeth's research. A legacy I never knew awaited me. The mark on my arm has faded to a pale scar, barely visible except in certain light. But sometimes, when I'm drifting off to sleep, I hear it, not in the air, but in my blood. The phantom echo of a bell that no longer exists, tolling 3 times before fading into silence. Bong. 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 They say that when a bell is cast, it traps within its metal the very sounds of its making. Perhaps that's true of people as well. We carry within us the echoes of events that shaped us, reverberating across generations until someone finally breaks the cycle. I've put the house up for sale. I won't be staying in Blackwater Ridge. There's nothing holding me here now, no ancestral curse, no hungry entity demanding sacrifice, no bell calling me to service. But as I pack Elizabeth's research for a journey I'm not sure I'm ready for, I wonder if some smaller fragment might have escaped, hidden somewhere I haven't thought to look. I wonder if 50 years from now, someone else might hear the tolling. I wonder if freedom from the bell's curse is ever truly complete, or if the echo remains, waiting for the right moment to call us back. As I load the last box into my car, a strange sensation passes over me, a momentary disorientation, as if the world has shifted slightly on its axis. I pause, looking back at the weathered farmhouse where Catherine had spent her final days. In the morning light, it seems smaller somehow, diminished without the weight of secrets it once contained. My phone buzzes with a notification. An email from Professor Landry at Miskatonic University, responding to the inquiry I'd sent about Elizabeth's research. Fascinating material, she writes. Would very much like to meet and discuss further. Some of these symbols appear in other contexts throughout history, always associated with liminal spaces and dimensional boundaries. I tuck the phone away, unsure if I'll respond. Part of me wants to leave everything behind, the research, the history, the connection to something ancient and unknowable. But another part recognizes the importance of understanding, of keeping watch. As I slide into the driver's seat, something catches my eye, a glint of metal in the overgrown grass near the driveway. My heart stutters as I step out to investigate, half expecting to find another bell fragment somehow overlooked. Instead, it's just an old coin, tarnished and worn smooth by time. I flip it over in my palm, relief washing through me. Not everything that shines is sinister. Not every echo demands attention. I drive away from Blackwater Ridge as the town clock strikes 11. This time, I hear all 11 tolls, clear and ordinary in the morning air. No discrepancies, no hidden meanings. Just time passing as it should. In my rearview mirror, the silhouette of St. Augustine's ruins stands against the horizon, a broken shadow, powerless now. The town will either rebuild or fade, finding its way forward without the unnatural prosperity the bell once provided. And me? I'm neither keeper nor servant, neither savior nor sacrifice. Just a witness to something ancient that briefly touched our world before returning to its own. The mark on my arm may never completely disappear, but it's fading more each day, becoming just another scar with a story behind it. I turn onto the highway, windows down, letting the wind carry away the lingering scent of old books and ancient bronze. Ahead lies uncertainty, but it's an ordinary kind, the human kind. I don't know if the bell will ever call again, if its fragments will somehow find their way back together in some distant future. But if they do, if 50 years from now another Morgan feels that pull in their blood, they'll find Elizabeth's research waiting and my own additions to it. They'll know they aren't the first to break the cycle. They'll know it can be done. The radio crackles to life as I cross the county line, playing a song I don't recognize. I turn it up, drowning out the memory of tolling bronze. 3 miles later, I realize I'm smiling. Some bells, once silenced, never ring again. Hope your dreams are filled with fear. Good night.